All right, guys. I'm here, but hang on. I don't even have a spot to sit yet because I just put the whole box of goodies on the chair. Oh my goodness. I am beat today. I am just totally beat. Right. Now then. It's been a week. It's been a week. Hang on, I'm coming. The pillow doesn't even want to stay on that hard surface there. Come on, you. Oh dear, where is my... Well, what did I do with it? It's not in there. One of those days, man. One of those days. It's been one of those weeks. So, yeah. Let me get all this stationery that I use for you guys and Scouts and tuck this back under here where it belongs. Put it in this box tomorrow. My goodness. Can go here. Need this. So, bank book, move that. The stamps, we'll move that. The stuff of me trying to find my tax bill for my school tax. Still haven't found it. Been a mess. And I can't see. There's a smudge on my glasses. So who's here? Marcy? Hi, Val. Who else is here yet? Oh my goodness. So I was going through stuff upstairs because I was taking advantage of the fact that Michael was out, so I could get through stuff that's in his room. And I only got two things listed. Got a bunch of stuff thrown in the trash and some stuff into the laundry. But when I was trying to get all the blankets and stuff that just got washed, folded, and put into the linen closet, don't these cats want to drive me nuts? So, but they were all asleep earlier when I came downstairs, of course. Hi, Nora. Elron and Arwen didn't move. They were still sound asleep. And even though you think they're all sound asleep, honestly, the minute mom moves, usually the boys are like, oh, where's she going? Especially Gimli and Aragorn. Honestly, those two. So, oh, I forgot. I got to turn the brightness down on the laptop. Whoop. Turn that down. Not that far down. There we go. Hi, Sherry. So, Arwen appeared about 4 minutes before I'm supposed to be here at the desk. Just takes kind of funny look at me. She's been sneezing a lot today. And I've only seen her eat at breakfast. So I think that's all she ate was the canned food this morning. And the poor little thing I hear this little behind me, and I turn around in time to see her put her head down. She definitely had nothing but water all day, because that's most of what I cleaned up. A big puddle of just fluid. And so, yes, I did. I figured I better take that now, especially as... because I've noticed, like, by this time, the last 4 days, by 10 o'clock at night, I can hear my heartbeat. If I'm quiet and I listen, I can actually hear it rushing through the ear, which means your blood pressure's too high. And it's just because it's just had been a stressful week. Mike and I had a fight and issues there, and so and 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 I'm just getting tired. I really am. This house clean out is beginning to tire me out because I'm also working on trying to do stuff at my own house and stuff here, and it's a lot. And I like her. She's very sweet, but she's very particular, as most older people can be, and very quick to get hyper and a flash of temper. And I just go, breathe. And I don't take it. I'm not. Nope. Grew up with a great aunt and a grandmother just that same way. Nope. If you can get them to laugh, it diffuses the situation. You can move forward. So, but it's still the energy effort it takes for that is a lot. And then sometimes, some days, the energy effort that it takes to deal with my brother Gary is a lot. Every time the Powerball gets high, I hear the litany of what he'd do if he. Oh no. Darlings, I will be right back. Somebody is throwing up. I will be right back. I got to deal with a kitty. Oh, jeez. Which one is it this time? Elron. Honey. Oh, sweetie. All right. Sweetheart. Now it's you. Your boy is still out there somewhere. Yes. I ran out the door at 5 minutes of, and now I just had to stop what I was doing because Elron just threw up in the hallway. That makes two of them because Arwen threw up upstairs. So. But I had asked Carly to actually record. So there really wasn't room for me to park. Oh, well. Yeah, her and now him was mostly just water. Though from him, you could tell it was kind of wet food came with it, which that's the only thing he's had to eat today. What wet food is it? 9 Lives? Yeah. We know 9 Lives is cheap. So. Well, we also know 9 Lives doesn't always agree with him, but to have her, it was all just mostly a lot of water. Just trying to feed them with well, we're just about out of the 9 Lives. I think there's only one can left, so I have to open up the Friskies. And I'll need to get dry food because we're running out of that. And I emptied the bucket of kitty litter into the thing. It's because they're only getting one can of wet food. Split between them. Oh, Gary, yeah. Hi, guys. Okay, he's going out front to hunt for Gimli because Gimli booked out the door when I brought down the trash from upstairs and took that out. So it's, yeah. But now Elrond. So let me get my YouTube open on my laptop. It makes it so much easier for me to read the chat then. But I've got to switch it to the right account. Yeah, Gimli will come right to him. See his cat. That's why Gimli's his boy. But Elrond is mine. So who here? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. So, uh-oh, why am I buffering? Oh, there it goes. Oh. What's the date tomorrow? Friday the 13th. Oh, Friday the 13th? Awesome. Look, in my lifetime, black cats walking in front of me, Friday the 13th. For some reason, in this family, those are always good things. I don't know why, but especially for me, they usually are. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a nice surprise. So, Val, Marcy, Nora, I saw Warren go by. Sherry's here. Hi, Warren. And Grace just came in. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live sale. Why can't my life be boring? So, I need to find my book. Yeah, I still haven't decorated for Halloween. The cat's balls are still sitting here. Where's my book? Oh my goodness. It's been such a week that I had a moment to do that preview, which was that was it. If I've not been home, which I haven't been mostly, when I have been home, I've been working on Scout stuff and emails and merit badges and all that because board of reviews are next Wednesday and only next Wednesday because the Court of Honor then is the following week. So that's it. You know, it's do or die this week. So to get some of these boys ready. And so we have all been hustling and trying. And so I've had that. And then Gabby! Hi, Gabby! But it's just been a week. Just been a week, and Mike and I rarely argue. Mike and I argued for 2 days. 2 days. So it's not been fun because for some reason, when he and I start arguing, it's almost like the energy feeds on each other. We each ramp the other one up without meaning to. And we just, but he was trying to be helpful in a way that did not immediately help at all. Yes, it cleared the way into the dining room, but now where is everything? I don't know where anything is. So we settled that. We settled some of that this morning because he helped me go through what he had moved, and I said, okay, well, wait a minute, this box is all stuff that I need to pack, so you can't have this in this pile of stuff that hasn't been processed yet. Separate this. And so we separated stuff out. Some things had taken out of boxes and put into boxes, other stuff. So we've gotten it all, which would have happened as we went if he had just done it with me. So it's all done. It didn't leave me much time for anything else, like prep for tonight, but it's all done. We also have the trunk full because Saturday I'm going to drop off a bunch of stuff that's hazardous waste. See what I got in here. Like I said, it's gonna be a little weird because I usually at least have stuff, out, and this stuff's still all in the bag. Is he being a pest? Squirming? Yeah, he hears mom. Okay. Okay, so I think I will wait on the jewelry because I might be, at some point I'll be doing a sale with Lisa from Flippin' Crazy, and then I will need to have the jewelry. All right, give me a second. How are you guys all? Oh, Warren, were you sequestered or did they at least let you go home? Why do I keep buffering up there on my laptop? Are you guys seeing me buffer? Because for some reason, I seem to be buffering. Oh yeah, Warren, they do that on purpose. They like having younger people because they're easier to sway. They absolutely do that on purpose. Okay, so that one gets saved for the birthday sale. Because if you don't know, the 26th, when it's, we go into my birthday on the 27th, that sale's going to be all Christmas stuff. Look at this pretty box. That's going to be there. And there actually are a few loose cards in here. But so, has it been doing that all day? I did not really get a chance to be online and see anything most of the day. What are you? Okay, you're more Christmas. You're also more Christmas. Where does the Christmas stop? There we go. I want Christmas to stop. Okay, so this one, we'll do this one. This one goes with this. So, oh my goodness. So you know what this means, that when I don't have things together, it means there's going to be a lot of just throw it out there as an offer up, and we see what happens. Oh no, poor Warren. They took me off the list for a while. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx anything, but I haven't had it in a while. Because for some reason, I had it 3 years in a row. I got called 2016, 2017, and 2018. And when I showed them that I had been there 3 years in a row, because it's supposed to be, and I've made it into the questioning, where they actually are questioning. Then one of the first things they say is, if you feel you can't be, how to put fair, let's just call it fair, objective, that was the word. If you can't be objective in this case, can you come up and tell the judge why? And it was the case of sexual abuse of a child. And when I walked up and said, I cannot be an objective, and I will personally shoot him if you want me to, bring on a firing squad if he's guilty, they let me out of there so fast. But yeah, in Pennsylvania, it's supposed to be a rotation, so you shouldn't get called every year. And when I went and told them, hey, yeah, this is my 3rd time here, and they looked it up in the computer, and they're like, that's not supposed to happen. And so they told me, well, if you want, you can go home today. I went, no, I'm here. I'll stay, and I'll finish the day, because to me, jury duty was a chance to just sit and read for most of the day. So I took it. I've made it twice into courtrooms where you sit there, where they just do a blind pool of people. And Gabby, you should ask them about that. See, I'm near the county seat, and I'm also, because being in Delaware County, that's where the county courthouse is in Media. So they go through a lot of jurors, but even so, this is a really heavily populated area. I shouldn't have had to go every single year for 3 years. But twice I've made it in where they just pull you in and you sit there, and then they settle, because sometimes people get down to the wire of realizing that this is really going to happen, and there's a jury sitting there waiting, and then they make a deal. They make a plea deal of some kind. But only that one did I get asked about being on a jury. So I haven't had to sit through one. I've had friends. I had one friend was sequestered, and he was bored out of his mind, because you can't read any newspapers, you can't watch TV. He might be calling us back in a month. Warren, if they call you back in a month, it's usually specifically for something to do with the case that you heard. In this county, you can't hit a rock without hitting somebody involved in community theater, and half the people in community theater are either lawyers, judges, law clerks. I don't know why, but there's a lot of them, and there are a lot of teachers too. But I know from all the lawyers I've known, that usually if you get called back like a month or even 6 months later, it's because there is either new evidence in the case and they want to try to go for some kind of a retrial or reopen it for an investigation of something. So yeah, you can be called back a month later, but it only usually for that specific case. They can't usually, unless your state has different rules, but usually they can't unless it's for the case that you sat on. Uh-oh, where are your envelopes? Okay, you have your envelope, you have yours, you have yours, you have yours. You don't have all your envelopes. Those are all for that one. Hmm. Did you know? Oh, you might not have had all your envelopes, did you? No, you didn't have all your envelopes. So yeah, it's yeah, but he said that when they were sequestered, you could give them a list of DVDs and they could try to get the DVDs for you, or you could request books to read or magazines, but they couldn't be things like they couldn't be things like People, Time magazine, stuff that would have like current events going on mentioned in them. So, and he doesn't have any hobbies, so it's not like he could have said, hey, get me This Old House or Woodworker's Journal or Fly Fishing in America or whatever it is. So he asked for a whole list of books, and half of them he couldn't get. And I told him he was stupid for even asking, because half of them he asked for were John Grisham books, which all have to do with the law and courtroom drama. And, and it's like, why did you think that you could ask for those and get them? It's like, no. All right. I don't remember if these had all their envelopes. I only seem to have two. So we're going to switch out. I'll hang on to these, and we will do these two batches instead, and a box of stationery, because these are the stationery from that yard sale that I just happened upon, literally. And I was heading up to the grocery store, saw a sign that said yard sale that way, and I thought, you know what? I haven't been to one in a long while. Made the turn, get to the next corner, make the turn. Oh, there it is. Right on the side street. She has awesome, awesome stuff. So this is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You got to see me do all the stuff here. So in my notebook, I always have I have to put in two. Come on, pen, right. I have to put in 2 lines. One gives me space to put cost of goods, if there is any. And then the other space is for what number that, see, I always have to do that. So the line, the space in between the lines is whatever number comes up. Where are my numbers? For the item. So I know what it is. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's 2 of the 6 charges. That's not uncommon. That is not uncommon. If it is a violent crime or a high enough level of a money crime, they will throw everything they can as charges. It's literally to see what they can get to stick. How did I do that? You're in upside down. So I know my mom used to do. I grew up with a cop's daughter, in the Christian schools, and so we heard stuff from Mr. Nickerson, and then one of my brother's, Steve's, best friends worked for the sheriff's department and was handled prisoners and be to and from courthouses. And so when you have to be there at the courthouse, you actually have to stay with the prisoner the whole time. And the sad part is you have to stand the whole time. So however long that trial takes that day, you got to stand there. Sometimes he had one case where he actually was handcuffed to the guy during the trial. And that was the only time he was allowed to sit down, because he was handcuffed to the guy. That was different. So, 1, 2, I lost count. 3, 4, brain, my brain. 4 vintage long cards. What am I going to start these at? Okay, so well, I'll start it at 5. Hi, Marilyn. Marilyn is one of my members. Marilyn and Lisa and Marcy. And I thank you very much for being a member of my channel, because members get videos that not everybody gets. If you're Fairy Realm and above, you get all of the drop sales 24 hours in advance. You always get the shout outs, and I haven't sent it out yet, but I've been watching for something that I can get that's just something special that I could just send to each of the 3 of you. So I yes, yeah. Nora loves the emoji. Hi, which one is it? Hi, Gimli. What do you want? Of course you do. Hi, Gimli. Let's see if I get the emojis right. So the first one is the night owl. The second one is the morning owl. And then you have the OCD owl. And the yellow one is the loopy owl. Because when you set those up, you have to name each file. So that's what I named them. And apparently, as I get more members, I will get more emojis that I can pick. So the next round of emojis will have to be cats. You know that, right? What's the matter? You're making stuff slide. Big. You are so heavy and big because you are so food insecure. You try to push your brothers out of the way and eat their food. You're getting fat. Like me. Don't get like me. Look at all that. You get a tummy down there. And he's powering. Yeah, this isn't the sweater you really like. Yeah, Dad's still in the kitchen. I hear his phone. Look, he's just going to stare. I got to put you back down now. You can't stay up this time. No, you can't. You can't. No, don't. Don't push against the glass. That glass didn't sell last time. So, this is where I really kind of wish I had a helper. We can never get Mike to do it. So this is for, these have a date? No. They don't have a date. And they're by 3 different makers. Okay. 4. Okay. This is going to be, oh, I didn't do that right. Let's try that again. Oh, I'm not ashamed of it. I am what I am. I am what I am. I look at it this way. If you're happy with whatever weight you are, that's great. But it's nobody else's business but yours. So for me, I'm beyond a certain level, and it's affecting my knees, and I don't like that. And it's affecting the arthritis in my feet, and I don't like that. And I have hernias that I know they're going to do surgery on. So I want to trim some of that down because recovery will be faster. So I'm doing well. And the only real eating change, because he went through all my food, and Not like him eating all pizzas all the time. Jesus. Um, but I try to make sure I have a salad every day. Usually that's lunch. Um, I make sure, and they aren't liking it, but I make sure anytime I cook, there are vegetables mixed in with hidden in there and all kinds of stuff. Um, I made sure I drink in more water. I go for a walk around the block almost every day. um, I do my leg exercise. I've expanded the leg exercises that I have to do for my spine and have added arm ones. So everything's toning up, but I got rid of a lot of sugar because I switched to stevia. And I have in the last 8 months, just from those changes, my measurements have changed, even though I haven't drastically lost a lot of weight, but I've lost 12 pounds in the last well, it's October now, so in the last 9 months, just from that. Because I didn't gain all this quickly until the one surgery where it wasn't expected when I snapped ligaments, and these guys were feeding me pizza and hot dogs and all this crappy food. And I couldn't move. With the ligament snapped, I could not move from the waist down. And when you can't move at all, that can create some issues. So, it was a journey to get to this weight. So don't worry. Let's see. Oh, Warren Honey, that's the kind of guy I would love to just bitch slap. Back slap. I used to be one of those girlfriends that got smacked a few times. I was only 16 and very naive. And then I heard something crack when he punched me in the back one day, and I turned around and I sent him home to his mother with a black eye. Oh, Judge got you decent food. That's good. So let me try to type this in again. Start at 5. There we go. So, yeah, I was that shy, naive, completely sheltered, and ended up with a guy who was, he was one of our crowd of friends, and yeah. Marcy. That'll keep you off a jury. Warm up old Sparky. That is not a pleasant way to go either. But, there are some things where I don't have a problem with us getting them off the planet. I think it's used too often. But when you find somebody that's got 5 or 6 bodies in the basement or in the backyard, then I think it's time to send them off to meet their maker. When it's that many. So let's talk about this stuff. So none of these are used. They do each have their envelopes with them. This one says happy birthday, and the flowers are all embossed. And this is a start of $5 for the 4 cards. But what I really love about the old cards is stuff like this. And the fact that instead of just being one piece, they would print it as a nice big flat piece. So if you're going to use them for junk journaling, then you have this whole nice thing as a frame for something. And then can still use the words on something else. So these are all tall. They're different heights, though. This one is the shortest one. And it would help if the ruler were the right way around. So this one is 7 inches tall. So you get that one. And then you get this one, which not only is it's not as heavily embossed as the other. Actually, is it embossed or is that just the glitter? No, it's not embossed. That's just the glitter. So it's going to be hard to catch the glitter, but everywhere where you see like the little dark spots, that's the glitter. The reason it's dark is because this is old enough that the glitter is tarnishing a little bit. So they have it along the petal edges, they have it on all these little ones, they have it on the butterfly. So you have this. This is made by from the Coronation Collection, a Royal Deluxe card. The only flaw is that there's some weird little squiggle in the back of this one. And then there's the inside picture. Now, the inside picture doesn't have any of the glitter on it. And it's another birthday thoughts. Now, this one is taller. So this one's 8 inches. And then the other two are 8 1/4. So these are even taller. I absolutely love this one because the way they added to the back of the chair makes this kid look even tinier. The chair is just, those chairs are never that high. They added one extra piece to make it look even higher. And then there's the cute little kitty. Now this says on the back, it's a sunshine card. It says, I'll be sitting pretty. If you'll forgive my being late, just wanted to say right now, hope your birthday was just great. And I love that little image. It's so cute. The other nice thing too is even when you get the blank, it's a different type of paper than you get now. So you could do things with that. I've taken the old cards and the paper, the blank parts, and I've used them with rubber stamps because they take the ink so well. You can get a really nice crisp stamp part out of them. And then this last one is the note is embossed and so are the yellow flowers. A birthday note, but the note is also, you see the gold shine a little bit. And this is the other sunshine card. And this is another birthday one. So all 4 of these, the start offer was $5. If you all wanted these. And I mean, that's not bad because that's literally just, you know, that's $1.25 a piece. And that quarter is to just cover what the fees are going to be from invoicing through PayPal. So, but I basically that's close to what what she tried to charge me for all the stationery and stuff I got. She wanted to charge me $30 for 4 boxes of stationery. And I went, no. And I walked away. And suddenly the price dropped. And I still went, no. And so she dropped it again. And then I took it. So I see Marilyn in for 5. So, and I mean, even though it's goofy, I do still think that my favorite front image is her, but I really love the inside of this one because I love that frame look. Because if you do junk journaling or anything, I mean, that would make a nice frame, but you could even have this go across pages. So I see Marilyn in for 5. Is anybody else coming in? We can start calling it. So going once, going twice, and sold. Yay! Thank you, Marilyn. Tuck them in up there where they are safe from all small children of the furry variety. Okay. Sold to Marilyn. Thank you very much. Now this one is the box. And it's a full box. 10 notes. Don't know if they're from 1960. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just double checking here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So it's a full set. Now, this one is also if I could learn to type. No, X, X. We'll start this one at 5 too, though. That's, I think, probably a little low, but I don't care. So the box, you can see the box has foxing, but the box is still pretty cool with a beautiful little silhouette on the cover. Now inside, and the foxing does go around the edges. Now there is a code number on here that ends in a 60. So I don't know if that's the date, but you have all the little envelopes. They're not stuck shut. All these nice cream color envelopes to go with the nice cream color little note cards. Now there are 5 with that image and 5 with that image. So it's a full box. It says it's supposed to be with 10 note cards, and there are 5 of each. So all 10 are there. The envelopes are there. The envelopes are great. They are not stuck shut. You all know what I mean. If you've ever bought old stationery, sometimes humidity or something has gotten to those envelopes, and the suckers don't want to reopen for you to actually use them. So you get this full box. And that's, I mean, at 5, that's a steal. And that is such a nice box. I was tempted to keep this set because I really kind of was tempted to do something with the box, because I thought if you cut out a window here, you could make a little image inside and then have it stand up on its own and have the 2 silhouettes, but then have, no, I thought, maybe, but I don't have time for this. I have all this stuff. So, so I'm offering the whole thing for $5. It's quite the deal. A whole box, never used, for $5. Maryland's in at 5. And if nobody else is coming in, I'll start to call it. So we can, oh, I'll start calling it. So we have going once. Yes. You're back. Why? Going, oh, whoops, going twice. Excuse me, sir. That's my leg. Not that you care. Okay, I guess you're heading up to the window, aren't you? He's somewhere. And sold. Sold to Maryland. There we go. Sorry about the Gimli interruption. Wow. You didn't even need to use the bicycle seat. You got right on up there. Maryland. Get you written in there. You're welcome, Maryland. Dang it. I knocked over my... Oh, come on. I better be back. Please be back. Please come back. I keep telling Michael there's something wrong with his router. I swear it's the router. I'm going to set my thing at 125 for a second just to make sure it gets that I'm caught up. I had this trouble last night in that I was looking at something, was trying to put scout work in, and it just was taking me forever. And the computer, even my phone, kept saying no internet connection. The router's right there. It is maybe 3.5 feet, 4 feet. It's right on the other side of the door jamb. I could see it on top of the shelf out there. So very frustrating. All right, guys. Now we have, you ready for this? Now we have the big lot. If you saw the video where I had, I said I was probably going to keep the box with the butterflies because I absolutely was in love with the box. I plan on standing that up, and because I can keep that up all spring as something and put little things in front of it for decorations. But these are all the cards. And there was one. There was, I think there's one in this one, and there was one in another set. But there was one I was really in love with because it looked like Elrond. Was it in this set? No, but the pansies are in this set, which are really adorable. So, sorry, my nose itches. Now, it does have envelopes. Oh, the cellophane part just came off in my hand. So let's see. There are, and I apologize for not having things counted and ready. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's see. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, so there's an extra. I only took my allergy medicine like right before we started. My nose is still all twitchy. So there are 16 cards here. And boy, are they gorgeous. So these are the ones from the butterfly box. So this is going to start at 16. That's only $1 a card, but these are just stunners. And at least half of them, I believe, are embossed in some way, but the colors are just adorable. So let me blow my nose first, because this is just getting on my nerves. Oh! Always have your handkerchief. Nettie! Darling, how are you? How are you, girl? I have not seen you in ages. I'm so glad you're here. How are you? Let's see. I have to put in the start for another offer up. And this is 16. Oh, they don't have a maker's name on them. They just say made in the USA. And each one has a code number. Oh, cool. Each one has a code number that's sequential. So they were then designed that here was going to be this number of cards, and the numbers are all sequential. That's cool. Yeah, I don't have any Kleenex. I'm out. 16. I'm out of a lot of stuff this week, but I'm not worried about it. Oops, I forgot to take caps off. Sorry about that. So it's starting at 16 because then that's really just $1 a card. But my goodness, they're just gorgeous. So this one, see, some of them have these nice cutouts. Look at a nice cutout. Hello, it's a birthday, but it's a window. Isn't it cool? All the stuff you can do. Because like you've got the little chimney, and then because it's the side of the house, and you're looking in, and you got all this great artwork inside. That's so cool. So that's the first one. Now that one, of course, the frills on the edge and the frills on the edge of the eyelet, they're all embossed. This one's not embossed, but there's a lot of little gold paint. And this is for your birthday, but the edges of the butterflies. I really like the fern in the background on this one. And you've got all this nice little on the inside. This is another birthday one. This one has a blue ribbon that says hello, has some things accented with gold. But this one is sneaky because it opens this way. So you've got that. I mean, some of these are so cool that you could just have them up. Like this one is my absolute favorite. I would have this up in the spring, just sitting there, because I'm in love with this one, because I love pansies. Many happy returns of the day. Nice little pansies. The pansies are all embossed, so they have some dimension to them. And then it opens up. You got, you little fart. That was my toe. So it opens up. So this one could sit like that. Or if you have the flower frogs that have the little spikes, those are great for holding pictures and little cards up. And I need to get this big heavy thing. Ah! Now I just smacked myself in the shin. If you wonder why I went, this big monster is saran wrap. Really old saran wrap. My mom used to make fudge and put that around it and use it for all kinds of stuff. And I had it here and Gimli knocked it over on my foot. We have this one, which is such nice fall colors for your birthday. Look at that lovely artwork. And of course, like all the little flowers, the little berries, they're all embossed so that they're dimensional. And you've got some great ones inside. I see. Yeah. Ouch. When that thing hits your foot, you know it. But it came in handy for wrapping up some of the fabric, because I didn't really have a plastic bag big enough, so I just wrapped it. Though I gotta email one person because I still have their fabric here, because they haven't heard from them. They've been getting their invoice. And I apologize if Happy Days is in the room, or I've drawn a blank on her name. The lady who wanted the cookbook. Both are in Canada, and I just have not had any time this week. That lady has to be out of her house, I found out, by the 31st. She's in no way ready. No way. So it's crunch time over there. So here's another one where you have little gold lines, you know, of the ink that accent it. Look at the little puppies. What do you think? Cocker Spaniels? I think Cocker Spaniel puppies. And of course, this is another one where it's a cutout on the side. You've got the little pups inside and some little tiny flowers. Now this one is Happy Birthday Wishes, but this just screams Easter to me. So there's your inside. Nice, beautiful bouquet. But I mean, it's a lamb with an Easter bonnet. I mean, I know it says birthday, but does that not, like, where's the camera? There we go. Does that not scream Easter to you? A lamb, and then that what could pass for an overdone Easter bonnet. So yeah, that one we there we go. That sneeze has been trying to come out for the last 15 minutes. Thank you, Steph. This one has some embossing, has a little angel on it. Another birthday, many happy returns. And all this ribbon is all the embossed part. And you've got this great image inside. This is another one where the edge, I just love that they die cut the edge and have a big bouquet. But you've also got all these nice little ones over here so that it ends up being part of the image. Oh, I love German bearded iris, but these look more, I'm not sure if they're German bearded iris or Japanese iris, which are sometimes called water iris, but I don't think those come in yellow. So that one's a nice one. And of course, the flowers themselves, the flower petals are all embossed. So we have that one. Remember, there's 16 of these, which is why Steph, I thought your sale is tomorrow night, isn't it? Or is it later tonight? Let me know, Steph, so that they know. Yeah, that iris card is gorgeous. This one is pretty girl with her ponytail and some roses. And this thing is the only thing. Oh no, they're embossed too. So all of the image on this one is embossed. And see how this has the yellow, and these do look like, and the really thin narrow leaves, this is the water iris. Friday. Okay, so Steph's sale is tomorrow night at midnight. I think it starts at midnight, but whether that's Eastern time or not, I don't remember. So tomorrow night, Steph has a sale. So you late night owls have somebody to watch tomorrow night. So we have that one. Almost forgot to show the inside. Now the inside on this one is just a smaller copy of the image on the front, which is 9 Pacific, midnight Eastern. Thank you, Steph. I will try to stop in and be there. This one has this cool clock with forget-me-nots all over it. And a great little image on the inside. And so far we are at 16 with Maryland. So that's 16. That's $1 a card. So there are 16 cards and 17 envelopes. Another birthday wishes. This is another one of those die cut ones I really like, because that just reminds me of when our cup and saucer magnolia is in bloom. But all the little gate, so the gate opens up and is die cut, and then there's your image inside. I think this is this is another birthday one. I think they're all birthdays. And then here's the last one. This cute little like cubby hole box, you know, because you've got the little drawers, and then that's the image inside. And so you get all 16, and there are 17 envelopes, and it's an offer up, and Marilyn is in at 16. So is there anyone else who wants to go in and go higher? We're looking for 17. or more. You want to give Marilyn a run for her money here? You want to help me pay for my school taxes? I get them taken care of somehow. So so yeah, these are fabulous. I haven't come across a quantity like this that were unused in a long, long time. And not at all. I mean, I don't think because anytime I saw stuff like this at yard sales, I would buy them for me and I'd actually use them, which it depended on who. Like I freaked a friend out once by sending a really cool looking 1940s Christmas card to them for Christmas one year because I knew he'd recognize the artwork and know that it actually was an old one. And they used that as a decoration for years. So I'm going to start calling it because I don't see anybody else coming in. So we have going once. So the offer is at 16, which right now that's $1 a card because there's 16 cards. Going twice. That's still quite a deal. Quite the deal. And it's going to be sold. There we go. Add them to Marilyn's little pile up here. Okay. Now, you know, I have these last two odd things for ephemera, and these are going to be just a set. So one of the things that was in all this clean out is a lot of used stamps. Now she said she did I know anybody that would use them? And I'm like, well, I do know the Brethren home in Lancaster County where my one great aunt and uncle went to live. They have a program where you can send all the used stamps and they do something with them. And occasionally there's old ones that they sell off to somebody and they get money for. So the lady that I'm helping clear out the house, for years the house was bed and breakfast near Swarthmore University. So she would have guests stay who were visiting lecturers or visiting the university to see if it was right for their child. And some of these people were international. So she had stamps from all over. I found stamps from Egypt, Ethiopia, Japan, China, Korea, from the US. And so what I did, knowing that you can use these for junk journaling, I pulled out and filled up 2 bags. Now, one bag is just general all over, has scenic ones, it has artwork, it has people. Not all of them have, some of them don't have, trying to get hold of one, any stamp mark at all. So this is the bag full that's all scenic. And some are people, some are buildings, some have things that are said. But then there's some like this, that there's no postmark. Aw, come on. It's gonna work? Wait, I'm not in the frame. Where am I? Nope, it just won't do it. I can never get it to do it for me. So there's a bunch of these that have farmhouses and barns. Like this one has the barn with the windmill. These are pre-sorted first class. So you pre-sorted standards. So that usually means is that it was an organization that got these at a discount. So you cannot reuse these on just regular postage. So don't do that. Other ones say nonprofit organization. And I thought that I kept a couple of these because I have something I want to try to do with a bunch of little stamps. I saved some to do something for 4th of July with flags, a couple of flag stamps. One had the Bill of Rights on it. One had the Capitol building. Another one had the head of Lady Liberty. So I have a little project I want to do. So these, there are Olympics. There's, whoops, artwork. This is from, just fell on me. What's this one? This one's from Republic of China, and it looks like some very stylized duck on there. But there's a jewelry pendant, but I honestly couldn't tell you what country. This is an older United States one. It's a 10-cent one. Banking. This is from 1965. So there are some cool ones. Like this is another one. This is from China. But there's a couple of these where it's this really cool teapot. But that's the kind of thing that's in here. There's all kinds of ones in this bag that are like, there's a temple, and then this way is an ocean scene. So I separated them all out. Whoops, forgot one. And I just did it while I was sitting there watching TV. Because I thought, you know, maybe somebody besides me would like to use some of these. And I picked out the ones that really had as clear as possible an image without the stamp, the postage stamp mark being, it's not the right phrase, but you know what I mean, the black lines, that they weren't right over top of the image. And trust me, there's still more than enough that's being sent out to the brethren home. So this one, it was a lot of work to do that. There's a lot in there. So this one is the bag of stamps of, we'll call it people and places. And get my numbers ready. So now I did not soak them off. Do you guys know about that? Any postage stamps that you want to use, just put them in the sink or in a bowl of water, walk away. Seriously, just, you know, put the stopper in, put them in, just walk away. Come back about half an hour later. They will, if they have not already separated from the paper behind it, then you might need to let them soak a little longer. You might need to coax them off. But then what I do is I very carefully take them out and I lay a piece of wax paper on the kitchen table and I lay them all nice and flat on the wax paper. And then I walk away again and let them dry. And it works beautifully. You will end up with nice flat stamps that do not have, you don't have to worry about them tearing if you're trying to peel it. You can do this with the modern stamps too that don't have the, you know, the lick glue, but they sometimes take longer for the water to work. But do that and then separate them and lay them on a piece of wax paper and they will be perfect. They'll be nice and flat and perfect when they're dry. If you try to put them on a towel, sometimes they stick. So I just use wax paper and then just let the water evaporate. So for the people and places bag, I mean, this is easily like an inch thick and I don't know how many in there. So it's $4 and this one's number 46. $4, number 46. And I thank you for paying $4 because that took me a lot of time to sort through. Multiply this by 20. I'm not kidding. It was a huge pile of stamps. So it's $4, number 46 for all the ones that are people and places. And then the ones that are flowers and animals. And man, there's some cool ones in here of these. They're one of my favorites just showed up. So this one is from Uganda. Isn't that cool looking? This is a Japanese deer. This little tiny one. Such a vibrant green on that. And of course, this one wasn't even postmarked. It's a 28-cent American stamp, but it's got the polar bear on it. Now, of the ones that are not stamped, that are what are these? These are nonprofit. There's these wonderful poppies, and there's another one that's got a red flower on it. Same size as this. But there's all kinds. There's a gardenia. This one's from Thailand. This one's from India and is a ginger plant. Then you've got a nice little fox. Where are you from? Thailand has chickens. There's a couple of these. This one has a whole string of them. It's another one from China, but it's 4 different types of evergreen trees. So I kept those all together because it's the same. But these are just awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Some are very stylized artwork, like this peacock. Where's this one from? This one's from France. Really cool looking. So it's about the same size and weight. Tried to make them the same. So you get all these. These are all animals and of animals and plants and flowers. And this one is $4 and is number 14. $4, number 14. Now I gotta let the air back out. Come on, squish down there. There we go. So they are just fabulous stamps. But she gave me an aluminum canning pan. I don't mean a little one. I mean the kind you stick the jars down in. And it was 3/4 full of loose stamps. She just like tore the end off the envelope and chucked them in. I went through this thing is like this wide because it's the great big one that you would stick the canning jars down in. And it was 3/4. It was 3/4 deep with nothing but stamps. That was a lot of stamps to go through. That was a lot. Let's put it this way. The movie I was watching was an hour and what do we figure? It was an hour and 45 minutes. And I started at the beginning of the movie and I still wasn't done when the movie was over. I see Nettie for number 14. The flowers and animals. Have to admit that one is my favorite. So we'll put that up there. And we'll save number 46 for the speed round at the end. So let's see what else we've got. Because I've got some of the. Did I forget it? Oh no, it's in there. I've got some of the most eclectic mix as usual. Yeah, they are really neat and unusual stamps, which is why I thought these would be really great. And I kept some for myself. And I can see it in my head what I want to do with those 4th of July ones, but I need to find some star. I have to see if I still have any. Joanne Fabrics used to sell blank ornaments that were just like They were just basically, they were just a cardboard shape, but they were like that. They were like that thick. And they'd have stars and mittens and circles. And so I'm hoping, I think I still have some stars because I'm going to make a nice collage with the stamps for 4th of July and make some ornaments. So let's do some oddball stuff. Literally here. So you saw some of the stuff in that little preview that I literally like came home from her. There'll be a short chit chat afterwards because I'm going to get a phone call in the morning. I was supposed to go over there this afternoon. And there went the little buffering thing again. But she said she'll be calling me in the morning. Quit buffering. Come on, you. There we go. I'm back. I think. I hope. Or am I? Am I? Shoot, I just messed up my own playback. There we go. I think I'm back now. Yeah, see, I used to love, I sold so many of those blanks because, especially the mitten ones, when I used to get stuff from Keepsake Quilting, because I used to get their catalog. Oh, I still get the catalog. And, but they used to, if you got the membership for a year, you used to get this little box that would have little 1-inch square, cut with little tiny pinking shears, but 1-inch square little samples of fabrics that were just staples that you could order. And I made so much stuff by decoupaging that fabric onto stuff, making it little ornaments, and sold a ton of those suckers. And I don't have any left. And I had fun making those, but they don't do that anymore. I checked on their website and I checked in their catalog because I still get it, and they don't do that little swatch box anymore. And so I don't have a source for little tiny 1-inch squares. So I thought, well, maybe I could do a couple of 4th of July ones with some star fabric that I have that's tiny little stars and some postage stamps, and do a mix of fabric and paper and see what happens. So I figured I wasn't planning on doing anything for Christmas, so I figured that maybe then by spring or the winter I can actually do some crafting, because it would be a nice stress relief. So the next thing I have, because Christmas is a-coming and people tend to bake. I miss baking. You know, they like to make cookies. Well, I have a cookie cutter set, and it's gonna be a steal because it didn't cost me time nor money, really. So I have it upside down again. So this is the engine, and then this is another car. I don't know what kind of car, but this is another car. And then I keep trying to hold it this way. I hold it that way. It looks like a pie, but it's that way. So I think this is the coal car that would go this way. No, that's not the engine. There we go. So yeah, so this is I'm pretty sure the coal car, because the right shape, that would go behind the engine. And then this is another little car. So you get all three of these cookie cutters, because This is not a pattern I would want. Now, be mindful that that cut side, these look brand new, and are nice and sharp. So, but they do have the riveted little edge to the top that you work with. So when you push it down, you're not squishing your hand. So you get all three. It's a nice deal. It's $3. Those things are usually $3 a piece. If you buy them new, they could be $5 or more. But it's $3 for the 3 cookie cutters to make up the train, and it's number 19. So that you get all 3. You get the engine, the coal car, and I guess a little caboose. You get the 3 cookie cutters, just $3, number 19. Because I have my own set of train cookie cutters. They aren't that big. They're older, they're plastic, they're not metal, and they make little tiny cookies. Like the engine is only like that long. Honestly, I think they were meant for Play-Doh or something, but Mom always used them for making little tiny cookies. So who came in? Strong Minds Jewelry Lovers. Hello. How are you? You're new to me. So the next thing I have, I just found earlier this evening, and it's one of at least 4 that are in this house. This one looks to be a lot older. One of the ways I can tell is the fact that the wood is showing its age. And then when I looked at how it's put together, it's got these old wing nuts. All the screws are slots. The whole thing is good solid metal. There's a nice spring around here. Some of you may know what this is. This is a beading loom. So beading looms used to be a big thing, to make, little belts or bands to put around a hat. And you would wind all the threads on around here, and then you would have this spring so that you could separate all the threads, and that part would come over to here. And however long you wanted to make your thing, you would hook it on the other end, and you'd wind it and wind it and wind it for whatever length you wanted it to be. Now this one's pretty wide. I buried my ruler. So I'm thinking this one was probably my great aunt's, because this definitely looks older. This is not the one that my brothers used, but I know my dad had made stuff, but I don't know if he did it when the kids were Cub Scouts, but I think this is from the great aunts. And so so you can make something that's 2.5 inches wide with that. So you could make a nice size belt, but it doesn't have to be that wide. It can be anything up to that width. So if anyone knows how to do beading loom, it's not that hard, because once you get your lines this way, you are just taking that thin beading needle and the thread, and you're just winding it up and down through, and putting the little tiny seed beads. And if nothing else, this really kind of has a very interesting look to it. If you like utilitarian, what is it? What is it? Michael Todd says rusty and crusty, but it's not rusty and it's not crusty. It's just old. So for the beading loom, now keep in mind, I have not looked up any price for a vintage beading loom. Vintage bead loom. But I know that that is probably the oldest one in the house, and it's at least one of 4. Maybe 3, but there's definitely at least 3. Because one is buried in my stuff and might be in the Army footlocker. There's another one in the attic. And I swore I saw one in a box at the other end of the living room. So it's one of at least 3. So the vintage beading loom is $4, number 24. $4, number 24. Really is kind of a lost art, and you can get tiny little seed beads now. You can get some nice ones from, I think their name is Millhouse, but they sell them. Could be used as a book holder. Actually, yeah, it probably could be. You probably could use it as a book holder. So, I've seen people use them where they've actually they've done the thread part, but instead of weaving seed beads through, they've actually taken that narrow ribbon and they've woven ribbon through it and just back and forth, and actually have like woven bookmarks and stuff, which I thought was an interesting use for it. So now I have some porcelain plates that are hand painted. You saw some of them in the video. They are not marked. Not all of them anyway. This one is not marked. And it's interesting the way they did the hand painting. So there's a pattern, but they didn't completely they were very stingy with the gold color. Okay, Nettie, quick timer. No. So this one, and these are more like luncheon plate, where it'd be big enough for, because it's only 8¼ inches from like wide point to wide point. But it's really pretty. But you can see this pattern here, and up here you can see all this dimensional stuff sticking through, but they didn't follow all of the lines on the actual pattern that was embedded into the actual plate. And then this is beautiful. I mean, the flowers are lovely. They're very well done. I honestly cannot tell if they were a transfer or not, because when you tilt it, you can actually see, at least on the flowers, you can see where the paint pooled up. You know how it puddles up a little bit? You can actually see that on the flowers. I can't really see that on the leaves, so maybe the fronds of the palm at the bottom might have been a color transfer, but all these flowers, they're all hand painted in there. Absolutely beautiful little thing. So really would be nice, if you want to decorate with this, have it hanging on the wall. It's a nice little spring thing. This one has no markings at all. It has no chips. There's no cracks. There's no crazing. And there's the only little bit of wear seems to be this little spot on the branch. See, there's a gap there. That's the only real serious wear. And I think this other spot might be. I can't tell if this was supposed to be part of a branch, this little bit here, or if it was just a drip of the golding that they did around the edge. So since this one is just a simpler plate and not marked, we're not even sure if this one's 100% hand painted or not. So this one's going to be $3. This is the bouquet with palms, because that looks like a palm plant. This is $3, number 55 for this one. $3, number 55. No, a Q goes the other way. $3. There we go. Number 55. So we have that. But this one is completely hand painted. Does not have a signature. And we're going to make this next one. Oh, Marilyn. Okay. Thank you, Marilyn. Take that number away and put this in this box next to me because that's breakable. Keep that safe. But this next one is going to be an offer because this one is completely hand painted and marked on the back. I think that's a wild rose and grapes. Now I'm going to start this one at 5, which, I don't know what hand-painted Bavarian plates go for. It's not RS Prussia. Honestly, if it were RS Prussia, darlings, I might not be willing to sell it. So this is offer up, hand-painted. We're going to start you at 5. Now, there we go. Well, the cap lock was on backwards, wasn't it? I'm not retyping that. So it says JR Bavaria hand painted. And it's got this really nice clean back. The glaze is really good. I don't see any crazing, no cracking on the back. And then this little lip, you can tell is not glazed because that's where it would have sat. But this is the front. All of this is hand painted. All of it. Every little grape, every little leaf, every little wild rose. It's just beautiful. There's no initials hiding anywhere because sometimes they would be allowed to put their initials in. There's nothing on it to identify it. I don't feel any chips around the edge. The only wear I'm seeing is, and I personally think it's because somebody had this hanging on the wall. There is a tiny little, I don't even know if you can see it. See, there's a tiny, tiny little rough spot there. That's not so much a chip as they wore it's just so tiny, but it wore off the gilding. And then, where's that other one? There's a spot right here. You can see where the paint's been worn off. But if this were in one of those plate holders, those are the spots. Those are the spots that the little metal piece would have been up against the plate. So I think someone had this in one of those, but it didn't damage the other side. It only did it on this one side, those two little spots. It didn't do it on the other side. But it's just gorgeous. It's 8 inches across, all hand painted, absolutely beautiful. You know, it's an interesting pairing, the grapes with the roses. You know, but that to me was an interesting pairing. But it's really, there's no crazing, no cracks. It's got such a nice bright glaze to it. It's gorgeous colors. And it's an offer up starting at 5. And so far, I don't see any takers for that one. So I'll give you guys a minute to think about it while I look for the next thing. Maybe the next couple of things. Come here, you. He's there. And so we're going to pass on that plate. Okay. Now we start getting into some little things here. I have one of these noisemakers. Now, personally, I think, oh no, there it is. There's the mark. I thought maybe it was a repro, but no, it's got the right metal toy manufacturing company, made in the USA. It's got the right mark hiding on it. I didn't see it right away because it's hiding way up there. And when I was looking the first time, I was holding it like this, so it would have been underneath my knuckle. So it's in good shape. Reminds me of Tommy Dorsey. So there's the front. The sides are good. There is a little paint loss. Tiny, tiny little rust spot right there. So we have this great old noisemaker. These are fun to decorate with. The girls on the back dancing a little hard out because, you know, the women had to do that in their high heel shoes all the time. But it is a metal toy manufacturing company, so it is definitely an older vintage one. So for the New Year's noisemaker, it is this isn't one of the masquerade ones, because I know the ones, if they're in masquerade dress, tend to do higher, and Halloween ones are through the roof. So we're going to make this one. Oh, I'll give you guys a deal. We won't make it much. This is why you love me. My prices are low. I know why I'm loved. No. I'm just in one of those moods tonight. So, the New Year's noisemaker, tin lithograph noisemaker, is $3, number 22. $3, number 22. We had a noisemaker we used, and it's still hiding in the hall closet. We have a World War I bugle that was the tradition to go out and blow that sucker on. And everybody would get a chance to try. And as a kid, you always wanted to be the one to try, but you never had enough air until Michael came along. Michael got his chance at 8 years old to blow that thing and blew so hard he got a nice, perfect, clear note out of the thing. First try. That never happened for most of us, except Steve. Steve was the only other one. Steve used to play trombone and trumpet. And so, all right. So we're going to sit number 22 aside. Now I have this. I found this tonight. This is a really, I put this up on Instagram because it's really funny. It's the Vitamin Ballet with what I guess is either a leek or I think maybe celery and a carrot. And what is that, a radish? So now I don't know, there is a spot right there and then another one right there. So I will try to soak this in OxyClean on those spots and see if it takes that out. But those are the only two marks I found. It's a nice piece of thick cotton, but it's big. And they're dancing their little hearts out. There's even little musical notes embroidered on there. But it is, I can't imagine what it was used for, because look at how, hello. I mean, this thing's big. Honestly, if I fold it over the top to make a little pocket, I could put this on my kitchen door as a curtain. This thing is so big. Now, what I can't figure out is how old it is, because I don't know when serging started because I was really surprised. I thought they rolled the edge, but this is serging. So it was made, the piece of material was made. Oh, there's the other little flaw. I knew there was another one. You don't see it until it's open. You get my hand behind it. There is a tiny little hole right there. And I honestly, I mean, I don't know what else to do with this. It would make a really fun, quirky curtain if you have a back door like I do, an old house with, you know, I just think this is really fun. But I can't imagine what on earth they were using this for. So let's see. 1, 2 feet. It's 2 feet and 11 and a half inches long. Hey, Retro Ruby, how are you? And then for width, there's 12, 24. So it's 2 feet and 5 inches wide. So I don't know why on earth such a odd size piece, but I do really think you could make a fun little curtain out of it if you have a single window and just have fun enjoying it. But that's all hand embroidered. The vitamin ballet at the bottom. Such a fun, quirky piece. And Mike would probably think I was crazy for putting it if I put it up on the kitchen door as a curtain. But if I did that, it would be for in the summer, not for in the winter. I have lined curtains that I put up on some of the windows because some windows we couldn't replace, you know, like the back door one, and there's always a cold draft. So I had lined curtains that I put up for the winter. So it is a cute piece. So for the, what did it say? It was vegetable ballet. Really nice piece of hand embroidery there. So that is $6. $6, number 33, for the piece of material with the vitamin ballet on it. Oh, I said vegetable. It's vitamin. It is vegetables dancing, though. But yeah, that is a neat piece. As we get through stuff, I know we will find more things that were crocheted and tablecloths and doilies and Madagascars and all that. But for right now, that's the only one I have. I just found that earlier today. Okay, now I have cowboy boots. We're going to do these quick. So let's see. One is wood. What's this one? Are you plaster? Oh, yeah, I think you might be. Okay. You say made in Japan. And then the metal one. So these are just going to be $3 each. I'm going to give it one number, and you let me know which one you want. So the lady who I'm helping with the clean out, her mother used to collect toothpick holders. And that's what these all were. Now, the one I find the most interesting is the one that probably was carved. It's somehow hand carved because I could feel the ridges from the carving blade down in the center. I'm going to sneeze again. Hang on. And we haven't even had any rain this week. Ugh, my worst allergies are dust and leaf mold. And sorting through all that fabric and stuff earlier, going through old stuff in Mike's room and linens and clothing mostly. I think it just got to me dust-wise. So these are going to be number 85, but it's for choice. Okay, and they're $3. Now the first one is the hand-carved one. Beautiful wood. Now it looks like they probably had a gold foil sticker that came off, but it left it there and it left a mark there. And there's just the hint where I think they drew some lines. Can you even see? There we go. You could just see the curly cues. Now, I don't know if they meant at some point to go in and carve them, but they didn't. And but inside there, you can actually feel the lines that were left from them putting the chisel down in there to take that out. So this sucker was made at some point, because there's no seam. There is no seam in that wood. Somebody was a really good carver to be able to do this all just in one piece. It looks really cool. And this is not an inlay, though. This little cream color accent line looks like it's enamel paint. Really nicely done, though. It's nice and even. Somebody had a really steady hand, and they look like Texas Longhorn horns to it. So this is the tall one, because this one is just a hair under 4 inches tall. Okay, so it's $3. The other one, now this one has a little flaw right there in the front, and then a little spot there, because this one is like chalkware. This one's plaster, but it's got a nice finish to the outside, and it still has its little, it's got a price tag and a little made in Japan paper label on the bottom. So I would say this one's probably from the 1950s, maybe into the 60s. And this one is only 2¼ inches high. Honestly, this one is the one I think really looks most like leather, but it's not. Really nicely done. $3, number 85, and then you just pick which one you want. Now, the last one is metal. And I think it was coated to look like brass. I don't know that it really is. It's 2½ inches tall. This one has the spur to it. You hold your little toothpicks in there, but he's got a nice little spur, and you can see the color variation there. So he's kind of looking a little like copper, but kind of not. So I don't know if he was just given a copper wash. There's nothing to tell me who made it. I do like that this has the spur to it, though. And they made the point of getting the strap right, because the strap even goes around underneath. You know, they make it look like it goes right to the edge there, like it should. So it's $3 for any one of them, and it's number 85. So you would just have to put in number 85 and then tell me which one of the three, or if you want all three for $3 each, which one you would want. And they are all toothpick holders, though you could probably use them to hold anything you wanted. I think they'd be neat holding wooden matches. Stay there. Okay. Now, how many people we have here? We still have our 25 watching. So in the preview, I did not get to do any research on this. I showed you this beautiful early American glass. It is frosted. I have no idea if it glows. Can I get to my black light? But the pan-painted flowers are flaking. They need some love. I don't know if anything can be done to save them, or somebody who can match colors well, somebody that is an artist that might be able to seal them in with new paint. The green seems fine. It's just the pink that is starting to have trouble. Now this has really nice feet, a nice pottle. There's no marks on it anywhere. Really nice tidbit, really big for a tidbit tray, but it's not flat like a cake dish would properly be. And it's 10 1/4 inches across. So it's pretty big, but you can see how it bows into the center. So this would be for your like cookies or pedophores. You know, really pretty though. Absolutely pretty, even with the pink coming off for the flowers. It just really is a pretty piece. And frosted tray. We're going to call it that anyway. But this is definitely, I would say this is 1920s, 1930s. Just the style, the way the frosting of the glass is done, that satin finish is very much like the stuff that I remember seeing at my grandmother's, the one grandmother, the stuff you were never allowed to touch. And it was all satin stuff, that wonderful frosted, and it just has that satin finish. So this is $7 and is number 36. $7, number 36. Carefully sit you there. Now, hey Warren, are you still floating around? Warren might like this. So this is really big coloring book. Look how much bigger in my head is this thing. It has it says from 1960, which surprised me because honestly the artwork made me think it was a little older. It is from Merrill Book Publishing. Got their image there. But that is such a great image. Count and color, play and learn. And that goes with them. So this is this one. So it has one issue. The very first page is loose. You have the elephant on the back, and then you have the two children and all the words on the front. So the first page is loose. And of course that meant that its edge is kind of raggedy. But planned and tested by Maud G. Stubbings, teacher in the Chicago Public Schools. So its count and color was planned to teach children to count and to add beginning numbers, original rhymes, and gay pictures. Introduce the numbers from 1 to 12. So, but the publishing date, it says copyright 1960. And it's a tall one. That is such a neat cover. But to give you an idea, I mean, this thing is 12. This thing's 13 inches high. And it hasn't been used. I'm not quite sure why they it looks like the front cover was actually like the front page was actually torn out for some reason. Maybe some kid did that and got himself in trouble. You have 4 little tigers, 3 little bears. It's really, really cute. I like the squirrels. I think the squirrels look cute. And the bunny, 5 pink-eared bunnies scamper around, run through the woods, and don't make a sound. And then across the bottom, it says, here are blank rabbits. They can what? You know, so there is a cute little poem. There's coconuts with the monkey up the tree. Little mice hiding under toadstools. But it goes right on through, and then at the end you have the little elves. But you have kites and balloons, or no, bubbles. She's blowing bubbles. So I know Warren likes these kind of things, so I thought he might like this one. That's why I asked if he was still here. So this is, being an unused vintage coloring book. Usually sell these for a little more, but because that first page is loose, gotta lower that. So this is $4. It's $4, number 49, for the Count and Color cookbook. A cookbook. My brain. The Count and Color coloring book. $4, number 49. How many of you remember when I had those 1940s coloring books? Wow. Did well with those, didn't we? Let's see. What else is in here? Okay. I've got these quirky things. And then I've got the really oddball quirky cups. So I have this little hanging thing it has a little thing, and you can see it was hand hammered. Oh, Sugar Britches, hello. Hi, Lorianne. Lorianne is the one who I got I did that friend mail unboxing, and she's the one I got that really cool stuff from. Let's see if I can find her again. So, what are you up to? Oh, you're up to 730. We're trying. We really want to get me to, and I don't think it's going to happen. I was hoping we could get me to 1,200, but we got 2 weeks left, and we ain't there yet. But Lorianne isn't even to her 1,000 yet. And if you think I have good ephemera, you got to go catch one of Sugar Britches' sales. Now, her sales are all in the daytime. So here is her channel. There you go. There's the link for Sugar Britches. And the ephemera she finds, I am so jealous of the stuff she finds. But she is where I got this lovely little box. And it's heels. It's actually replacement heels. It's new old stock. The heels are in there and they're heavy. But yeah, so so that's where I got the cat's paw from, and the other stuff in that great little friend mail thing. Oh, good night, Nettie. I don't know how late I'll be going. I don't think it'll be too late because I'm going to have to be up in the morning. I won't be able to sleep in this week. So yeah, you should, if you haven't seen Sugar Britches, you should definitely check out Lorianne's channel. She has some amazing stuff that she finds. I'm telling you, I really want to come see you in next summer. Show me where you are finding this stuff, girl. Because I guess because my area is too urban, but I never find stuff like that. So I was told that this actually was sent back to the lady by because sometimes, since she's so close to Swarthmore University, international students, sometimes the parents would bring them to check out the school, and they didn't really want to stay at a hotel. They wanted to stay somewhere close to the campus. So her bed and breakfast was perfect because it was within walking distance to the Swarthmore College at the time. Now it's Swarthmore University. And this was a gift from someone that they sent from Egypt. And it's just a thin piece of brass, but they hammered out the whole face, and the ear are all, I don't think it'll show. I mean, you could tell on the back, but that's all dimensional. And then there's all these etchings of hieroglyphics and images of pharaohs all the way around. Now you can see though where they gave it a wash of some black to try, and then what they would do, then they would etch all this stuff in, but it doesn't always stay. And so it's on this side. There it is. You can see where over here it's kind of faded off a bit. But it is such a different and unique piece that I thought I would bring it to you guys before I thought about putting it on eBay. I thought, no, I'm bringing you guys first. And I really do love that they actually painted the face and ear. This is 7.5 inches wide. It's very lightweight, because it is, I mean, it is really, really, really thin. That is a really thin piece of metal. But they actually painted the face, the ear, and the eye so that you actually got skin tone colors to the face. So it is really different, really cool looking. So this one, what number are we up to here with my little cards? For the Pharaoh's face. For the Pharaoh face, for you guys, it is just $4. It is number 18. $4, number 18. And I have to move count and color here because Lorianne is getting that. Oh. There we go. Put that over there. So there's that. Now these coasters, there's only 2. She never used them because they were a gift. They have nice cork back. They're a nice size because they're 4 inches wide. They're a good size. These are going to be that number, but they were sent back from someone from China. So you have this image, which is a street stall selling food, and then this one intrigues me because it's a bunch of royals, I guess, or some people of the court sitting around, but they're watching some woman dance around with swords. It's a very, very intriguing image. But they're 2 neat little coasters. You could use them for anything you want. They're just $3 for these, and they are number 82. $3, number 82 for the coasters with the Chinese artwork on them, and never been used, in great shape. I do not have any Halloween noisemakers. I don't even own any, and if I did, I wouldn't sell them anyway because I love Halloween. However, I do have something weird tonight. I really do. So, in one of the boxes, they were all wrapped up in plastic, was a bunch of vintage Dixie cups, right? So you got this one. And I thought, you know, these might make interesting tiny little assemblage things. And so, and then there's that one, right? So I thought, oh, look, 3 for spring, couple for fall. I don't know if you could use those for an assemblage for holiday, right? No. Then I came across these. I came across these. So they don't have a maker's mark, so I don't know if these were Hallmark ones or who, but they are waxed cups and they have this great Halloween going around. I mean, they're bigger than a Dixie cup because Dixie cups are always kind of tiny. These are 3 inches tall. So I have 2 sets of 5. Because that way I could keep 5 because I know what I'm going to do with mine. I love to collect those old hard plastic cupcake toppers. And the even older ones are like spun cotton and you never find them anymore. But the little plastic ones, and they'll have little cat heads that are black cats. And I have a couple of Halloween ones. And usually what I'd like to do is take a piece of styrofoam and I could stick it down in there. And this way I can poke a hole first so you don't break them and then put them in you have snowman cups? Yeah. No, I don't have any of snowman cups. I do. I like snowmen. I'd rather have snowmen than collect Santa Clauses because with snowmen, you can leave them up longer because winter goes more than just December. So I'm going to share the wealth of these little Halloween cups. So I have 2 batches. Now I know they're Halloween. I know I probably should be making them an offer up. But if you guys really think I should make them an offer up, then you put offer in. But otherwise, I'm going to make them one price and you'd get 5 of them. So 2 people will get a chance at them. I didn't write my list earlier, so let me write it down. Halloween pumpkin cups. I mean, this kind of wax cup, I've never seen this size. I remember when Dixie cups came out, I was maybe 10. These are a little bigger, but they're definitely older. They were in, they weren't even in a plastic bag. These were in a cellophane thing, and the cellophane just fell apart. So I didn't get to see who the maker was. I'm probably going to regret this, but we're going to do it this way. Okay, so 5 of them, $6. $6 for these. Honestly, I think if you could find a little pumpkin, you could even just sit a little pumpkin on top of one and just like have like a fake little jack-o'-lantern up top. Or I would do not put a tea light candle in them unless it's a battery operated one. But think how cool these would look with a battery operated tea light candle inside of it. And you'd have 5 of them so you could line them up in your little Halloween display and put one of those battery operated tea light candles in each one and have it flickering and looking really cool. So it's $6 for 5 of them. And it's number 53. $6 for 5 of them, number 53. And I can do 2 batches, or if the first person wants both, then they get all of them. But that's what I kept 5 for me, and I want to use some. I don't have that many Halloween cupcake picks. I know I have 2 black cat heads. I have 1 witch head. I have 1 pumpkin-headed scarecrow, and they're like that high. They're only like an inch high, maybe a little taller. But there's 1 that's a witch flying on a broom, but her post part is broken off. And those are just what, like, we grew up with an aunt that was, the one great aunt was the hostess at the Norwood Diner. And they had this German guy named Bert, who was a fantastic baker. And she was always, every holiday, would send us boxes of cupcakes that had these old pics in them. And so my mom kept them all and would reuse them. And so there was a whole box of these things. I absolutely loved them. So I kept them and I collect them, but I just don't find them that often. And I thought that would be a really cool thing. Like the Christmas ones I have, I took a piece of styrofoam and I wrapped it in paper to look, and ribbon to look like a present. And then I took I took something, I forget what, I think it was a miniature screwdriver, and I made the hole first so I wouldn't break it. And I have all my Christmas ones in that piece that looks like a package all sticking up. So you can do fun things with these. They're just really different. So I'm not going to worry about the other ones, but I just was so surprised that I found the other ones. Now we've got the 2 saucers. There's more saucers that were in that box, but I've got just 2 tonight. This is another hand-painted one. What kind of flower is that? An aster? I think that's an aster. We're going to call it an aster. Now, the lady never had the cups that went with these. She would just spot these over the years. She would just pick up these little saucers and plates. And in that house, the house was built in the 20s, and above every single door jamb on the first floor is a shelf. And in the dining room, it's all the way across the top of the windows too. And so she had a ton of plates and little saucers all lined up across on these shelves, because they actually all have a groove in them for the bottom part to sit in. So they were made for stuff to sit up there. So let's see, how much did we make the bigger plates for? They were early on, after the okay, so we're gonna make these $3. And come on, write and make it so you can read your own handwriting. Okay, so this one is all hand painted. These are not transfers. This is 100% hand painted on here, but there's no maker's mark. But you know what's beautiful about this one? I can see the light through it. This is really thin, nice porcelain. I can see where the ring is exactly for this, because I can see light right through this sucker. It is really nice. And when I hold it this way, I can tell you where every single flower and painting is, because I can see the colors right through the plate. It's a really nice piece of porcelain. So it's 6 inches across. Now, I don't think this one was made to have a cup with it, because there's no indent for the cup. But look at the paint job on these. And that's a little drop of paint. There's one there. There's another in the center there. These 2, the one down there and then the one up there, are thick. So you can actually feel them. Now it looks like there's a tiny bit of wear. I can't tell if it's wear or if they deliberately left some white to try to make it look like edges of the petal. But there's there and there's there. There's more white there because it looks like the green came off a little bit on that one. But for the most part, they're beautiful because the flowers, that flower in particular, I think is particularly well done. Such a pretty little thing. So this one is $3 for the asters, and it's number 83. $3, number 83 for the porcelain saucer with what I'm calling our asters. And then there's this one, which I think we've all seen. I think these came out in the 50s, where they had all those very romantic shepherdess, or a couple in like 1700s fancy clothing. Now this one has the indent. It would have had at some point a very fancy cup that went with it that fit right in there, and it would have had these same images all around the edge of the cup, and probably had gilding completely on the handle. But this one is also in great shape, but there's no mark. Now, there's some kind of outline of what was probably a sticker, but it's in beautiful shape. There's nowhere to that gilding in the center. I mean, you can see it acting like a mirror and reflecting my computer screen and my phone. So that's how well that gold still is. So it's $3, and this one with the couples all around it, really nicely done, is number 15. One of the neat things that is with ones like this is because with this one having the center, I've seen people put like little arrangements of things in here. And so it ends up being something you can either hang or have the little stand, and it becomes an assemblage. And if you did something in the center for Valentine's Day with all that couples there, you could make a nice, pretty creative little thing for a Valentine's Day display. So that's that one. And what do we have left? Do I have anything left? Oh, I could try these. So this is in the box. It's coaster set Aztec calendar gold. But I cannot, because it's a little blurry, so I cannot read the maker's mark. And, oh, wait, it's underneath. Knocked over a shoe. Woodbury Pewterers. Woodbury, Connecticut. But this isn't pewter. Yeah, this definitely does not go with this. Especially as, yeah, this is absolutely not the mark that's on the back of the box. So I'm not sure why that's in there, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 of these. And she said they were so pretty that she never had the heart to use them. And they're gorgeous. Are they all the same face? Yeah, they're all the same. So these are really nice gold. And look at the shine on these. But they are a coaster. They've got a cork back. But they're the Aztec calendar. And it's metal. That's all etched onto the metal. And it's not a line drawing etching. It's actually dimensional. So when they made this, they pressed it in order to get all that dimensional quality to it. But it reflects so much. I'm having a hard time getting it so you can see them. Where's his face so I can make sure it's straight? There we go. I don't think I can get it so you can see the face in the center. There's so much tiny details, and my camera won't catch the details. It always makes it blurry if I get things too close. But these are fabulous, and there's 8 of them. The coasters of Aztec calendar in gold. And there's 8. They're in immaculate condition. They are just fantastic. And I'm going to put them back in there. And I'm going to put, this was on top, so I'm guessing that helps keep the box lid from rubbing, maybe. But we've got the Aztec coasters. And these are really super nice and definitely pretty cool. Now these I did look up. Now you guys are getting them you're getting them as an offer for half of what they're going to be if I put these on eBay. So I'm asking $10 for these, and they're number 43 for the Aztec Gold 8 coasters in their original box. They are $10, number 43. So, and that is it for tonight. We've gone through a lot, and we're at 1:30. I almost filled my page, which is good. But we had a rough start there at the beginning with having 2 cats get sick. I hope they're okay. I hope they hadn't caught a cold. Because if those 2 are sick, I don't want it passing and having 5 cats not be good. But Elron has a very finicky stomach. We are actually thinking that we may need to start buying special food for him. Something that he can keep down and eat. Now, so far, 9 lives is not it. He can't keep that down. Some of the Friskies he keeps down. So we usually buy a box of 9 lives and a case of 9 lives and a case of Friskies. But I'm beginning to think I might need to get like little cans of Fancy Feast for him to see if he can keep that down. If not, then I'm going to have to see what a vet recommends, because he's a little underweight. And then Gimli's too much weight because he's so food insecure. But I'll check on them before I go to bed, because odds are they're both curled up on my bed because they don't feel good. So it was quite a surprise to have 2 kitties throwing up on me. That was a rude, and it was the same thing for Elron as it was for Arwen. It was just a lot of water, a lot of fluid. What worries me more with him, though, is that there was evidence of some of the wet food from this morning. That's not good. It's like, did he not digest it in all this time? So I'll be keeping an eye on those 2 all weekend. Keep an eye on them and see how they do. So I'm going to do a speed round. Now, you already saw the coasters. And we had the couples plate at 3. And the Astor saucer at 3. That was number 83. Then we had the Halloween pumpkin cups. You get 5 of those for $6. They were number 53. I got an interesting email from somebody who says they watch my channel, but I've never ever seen their name in the chat. And they were mad because I don't do speed rounds at the end. Because apparently they don't watch the whole thing. They only go right to the end to see. And they said they do that with several other people, and they always do a speed round. Okay, I'm sorry. So the 2 larger coasters from China, number 82 for $3. The Pharaoh face. Come on, you. Number 18 for $4. The frosted tray that really is so pretty but needs some love is number 36 and is $7. Very much a 1920s into the 30s piece. Very tempted to send photos of that to Scott up in Philly because he knows his glass. Let's see, that one got sold. We have the 3 cowboy boots. They are number 85, and it's for any one of the 3, and they are $3 each. And there's the hand carved wooden one. These were all toothpick holders. Now this is the chalkware. This is plaster. Now he does have a flaw right there, and you can see in the back where there looks like there's a little crack right here. So if that's the one you want, I'll make that one $2 for and it has its made in Japan sticker on the bottom. And then there's the metal one with the spar. So they're number 85. And if you want either one of these two, these are $3 each. And then because of that little crack, this one would be $2. So there is our little itty bitties. Tuck them in there. Number 33 was the Vitamin Ballet piece of embroidery that was so big. And it does have that one tiny little hole, which is right there. Has, if you could see it, wait a second. Okay, so there's the tiny little hole there. And then you can see where there's, where is that one spot? There's a little spot here and a little spot by the hole underneath the one foot. Now I'm going to try to put this in some OxyClean and see if that'll take those off of there. But this is that great big piece of cotton. But it has Vitamin Ballet embroidered on it right in the middle at the bottom. But like I said, this thing is a big piece. And honestly, if it doesn't sell, I'm very tempted to turn this into the kitchen door curtain. And so the Vitamin Ballet was $6 and was number 33. The noisemaker, the New Year's noisemaker. And it is a vintage one. It does have the mark on the back for Metal Toy Manufacturing Company, which is hiding right up here. This little blue right there, that's the mark. And it is lithographed. It does work. Looks like Benny Goodman or Tommy Dorsey. I forget which one played the trumpet. But it's really good condition. A lot of times you find these with a lot of rust on them. This has just that tiny little bit on the corner. It's number 22 and is $3. $3. Steal of the night. 22. Oh, the hand-painted plate. Now, this had been an offer up, so nobody took it, so I'll have to give it a number. This is marked on the back, J.R. Bavaria, hand-painted, and this is all hand-painted. It's just beautifully done. And there were 2 spots where there's a little bit of roughness that's been done to the paint job because it's right there and then right down here. So it looks like that's the side where those metal hangers that put the little hooks over, that it lines up that that's probably what happened, but it's really unobtrusive. Like the one I didn't even see until I felt it. That one. I didn't even see that until I felt it. But then the other one, you can see this one a little more. And so that would be $5. And I have to give it a number now because it didn't go as an offer up. So that would be $5 and would be number 76. We have a vintage. Wait, we're missing one. That's the grapes. Where's the plate with the bouquet on it? Oh, there it is, next to me. So this one, never mind. This one is sold. That's why it was over there. Bead loom. We have a vintage bead loom. Beading loom. This is an older one. I could tell because, like, first off, you could just look at that wood and see the age on that wood. And all the metal pieces, there's no rust on it, but they're all the really old screws. They're old wing nut style. But it would still work. It's got everything it needs. It's got the spring across. Vintage beading loom for $4, number 24. I'm not going to stick you on top of that plate. We're getting down to the last few things here. We have the train cookie cutters. See if I can hold them upright this time. Get them the right way around. So no, I still am holding it upside down. So you have the engine. Okay, you have your engine. You have your coal car. And then you have a caboose. A little porch on the back. You have all three of these cookie cutters. Train cookie cutter set, just $3, number 19, and you'll get all three of them. So that's just $1 a piece. And when you find these kind, they still make these kind where it's the metal. They're usually $5 and $6 a piece now. But I already have a train set one, so that one was number 19, just $3. And we still had the bag of stamps. Nettie's getting the one that's flowers and animals. We have the bag of stamps that's all random. It's all people, places, artwork. Some of them are the ones that are nonprofit only or pre-sorted mail. So there's a different USA one. But this whole thing is all, and they are used postage stamps. They are postmarked ones, but they are from all over the world. So here's American one that's only 22 cents. That's Navajo art. That's a rug. No, actually, that's blanket. This one is Republic. What? HRVATSKA. I have no idea what that one is. This is another one from China. There's the one with the teapot, but then there's one with little wooden houses. This is another bulk rate. This one says bulk rate, but it's a popcorn wagon. There's a whole series of these. This one has a popcorn wagon. One has an early fire truck wagon, fire wagon. So there's a couple of different ones of that. There is a, what's this one? I can't read that. And then there's ones that are people, and most of the ones that are people are artwork. Now, this is the self-portrait of Rembrandt. So like I said, it's got all kinds of different things. There's a Girl Scout merit badge one, space shuttle. Now, this is the bicentennial era. These are flags from different states, and you have Delaware and Pennsylvania state flag. Okay, here's another bulk rate one. And it shows they were all things from the 1870s. That's a coal car. So there's I think 4 different ones of don't put those in there, of different images that are that bulk rate. So they have the popcorn wagon, the coal car. I'm pretty sure there's I'm pretty sure one of them is the fire wagon. I like this one. This says Les Jardins de Versailles. It's the garden at Versailles. And that's just one long stamp. It's really cool looking from France. So I made sure I put that one in there. Now, I kept some of these. This is, no, this isn't, this is the one from China. That's not the one I kept. Somewhere in here, there's some from Japan, and it shows people in the kabuki costumes. Thought I had put a couple of those in here. I saved a couple for me for something to do. So you get all of these, and I had explained in the beginning how easy it is to get them off of the paper. Just put them either in a bowl or go to the kitchen sink, put the stopper in, put in about 2 inches of water, just drop the whole thing in, walk away for about half an hour, come back. They should all just slide right off the paper. If they don't, leave them a little longer. Take a piece of wax paper, sit it flat on the table, and then just lay them flat on the wax paper and walk away and let them dry, and you'll have nice, crisp, flat stamps. With take the backing part as that comes off, just throw that away. But then you'll have nice flat stamps to use for junk journaling or decoupage, whatever you want to do with them. And this is people and places and things, and it was $4, number 46. And that's it for what did not sell. There's my speed round. And I hope you guys had fun tonight. I mean, it did get, oh, one ran away. It did get off to a bumpy start with the kittens and me not being not as prepped as I like to be, but it's just, it's October. I mean, it's October. We've got next week for Scouts has to be all the border reviews. So this weekend, if I'm not working on the house clean out, I'm going to be trying to get together. Well, Saturday morning, I'm going to try to get together with a couple of the older kids and work on Scout stuff to get them so they can rank up. But there's some, I haven't heard who went on the bicycle trip, on the biking trip last weekend. Because there are some kids that if they didn't go on that trip, they're not advancing because they haven't gone camping. They don't have their camping nights in. So we'll see what happens. There's also some that are trying like crazy to get their last minute merit badges done. There's 2 of them that are got to meet with Mike, and I've got 5 of them that have to deal with me. If they think they're going to get that merit badge, they've got to get a hold of me on Saturday and get it finished on either Saturday or Sunday. Because during the week, I'm helping Mrs. Hampton with the house, or else I'm running things for her. We filled my car, and I did on Wednesday, I did a run to Goodwill. And then those items, some of those items were things that she let me, she says I could pick stuff out to try to sell. And she still thinks, you're going to love this, bless her heart. She still thinks she's going to pay me. And I keep telling her, no, the stuff you let me take to pick out to try to resell, to me, that's my payment. She says that's not enough. Apparently she saw a sale from 2 weeks ago and didn't feel that that was enough for the amount of time I spend helping her out. Because now she's gotten to the point too where, and I don't blame her, everybody needs somebody to vent to. And she gets frustrated with somebody, and then she'll call me after they've left sometimes and just vent for about half an hour. But it calms her down. This is a lot for a woman who's in the vicinity of 80 to hit that brick wall where you've got to be out of your house that you've lived in for 45 years, and you had an awful lot of stuff, and you really didn't knuckle down earlier, and now the house is sold, settlement's already happened, you've got to be out by the 31st. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Now I worry because she forgets to drink any water. She sometimes was forgetting to eat. So that's one reason I talk to her every day to make sure she's eaten something that day, because we're not having that. I'm not having her get sick. I like her. She's nice. She's cranky in her own way, but aren't we all when we're that age and under the stress she is? So I know that I'm on call tomorrow to be over there, either packing or doing goodwill runs to get stuff out of the way. I think she's going to try to have me come over tomorrow morning and pack, which is why I don't want to go too late tonight, because that's a lot. I used to do it as a job when I was downsized out of a job because the store closed. I've closed out more stores. That's a story for chat night. But honestly, but I got hired by one, and the day I went in for my training, the manager got the call while I was watching all these videos that the store was going to be shut down. So bless her heart, she kept me at the same title, at the same pay, because I was supposed to be hired as inventory control manager. So basically what I ended up doing was actually just glorified shipping clerk. There was no inventory to control. We were being shut down. We were selling off everything, and there was a company that would come in, and you get all the stuff you're going to get from the warehouse. When a clothing store closes, they funnel clearance stuff from other stores to you. So you go through that. But then the company that also comes in, who handles a lot of stuff of selling down and selling out a store, they have their own stuff from other places that starts coming in that you also got to sell through. So I basically ended up being a glorified shipping clerk, but at a management pay. Oh well. But after that, I knew somebody at the county nursing home for the intake, and she would recommend me to people that didn't have anybody to help them downsize their house because they were moving into an apartment at the county nursing home, which is a big apartment building. But when you don't have anywhere else to go, but you also need to have somewhere to go and have some medical attention, that's what they're there for. And Fair Acres has been around for I don't know how many decades. But yeah, before Marie Kondo and all these before Hoarders started as a TV show on cable, I was helping people downsize and decide what to send to auction. And so yeah, I'm not charging her, because with her, I'm allowed to pick and choose stuff. So I'm not charging her what I was making then, because I don't think that would be fair. But she's going to argue with me over that, I'm sure. So there'll be a lot of interesting stuff coming. Now, remember, the next sale is the 26th. That's also the birthday party. Once we hit midnight, then we're into my birthday on the 27th of October. So that'll be the next sale. Will be 11 o'clock, October 26th. And I did check for StreamYard. It rolls over on like the 23rd or 24th, so I can stay on as long as my voice lasts. We have fun. I have giveaway stuff. For the most part, the giveaway stuff is not Christmas. I do have some things to give away. But I'm going to sell Christmas stuff that night. So it'll be a big Christmas sale because I have some vintage Christmas stuff. I have all kinds of Christmas stuff, but I think I have enough. I have to really take stock of what I've got and see if I can make it all Christmas stuff. I know I have some cool vintage Christmas. If you saw the sale preview, you saw that really cool styrene plastic little Christmas boot. That is going to be in. I mean, that's the kind of thing that was a candy container, you know, probably from the 40s and 50s. So that's going to be in the sale. But yeah, that's going to be Christmas. There'll be some stuff to give away that's owl related. So just because you guys are my night owls. So we should have some fun. And I'll figure out a way to make a game of it, and we'll see what trouble we can get into. And I have to find the wig. I know where the tiara is. I have to find the wig so the queen can come visit for my birthday. So I have to find that. Some of you have not seen the queen. I don't think Lorianne has seen the queen come visit. So you'll have to stop in that night and see her, because she's a piece of work, let me tell you. So have a good night, y'all, and I will see you next week for a chat. I can't, at this point, I cannot guarantee there will be another drop sale coming up for the rest of this month. I just don't know. Because it's just getting crazy, and it's going to get more crazy with being over there, and I won't be here to go through my own stuff to film and all that. So, yeah, I'm her go-to person. She's got a lot of other helpers, and she can only deal with like one person being there at a time. But there are some things already she said she wants me there for because she likes the way I pack. So when we get to some of her glassware, it's going to be me, I'm sure. So we'll see. We'll see. So have a good night, everybody. Oh, Linda, hello. Linda, just back up a bit because I did actually do a speed round of what didn't sell tonight. So just back up a little bit and you'll be able to see it all of what's still available. And then you can just either send me an email or put it in the comments, because I have it so that I get emailed whenever comments are put onto any of my videos. So we have some plans we're also working on here, but we can't figure out where to put them. I'm going to start boxes that are going to the local auction house to help try to move some more stuff out of here faster. So that's a whole other challenge. But that was a decision that had been dancing around, and Mike and we finally came to an agreement that I need to do that, but that means he needs to help me spend a weekend helping me shift stuff around and with me instead of not with me. So we have a place to put stuff. Because I know I have 2 full sets of vintage erector sets. One of them's like this moon landing set, has a little motor with it and everything. I'm not shipping that. It is way too heavy. Way too heavy. So he had a set that was a knockoff of that kind of building set that's not anywhere near as good as erector because it's just not as sturdy. The metal's flimsier, but it's still all in the box. It's all there. So we're just going to make that one lot and put all the erector set stuff in one box as a lot. I've got some glass stuff that I'm look at and go, I'm not going to ship that. And I don't know that you guys would want a blue ball jar, canning jar. So if I make a lot of that, then that's another thing. Because I've been watching the local auction house, one of the local auction houses. I've been watching their online auctions, and I've starred, you can save stuff as your items of what you're interested in. And I've been watching what prices they're getting. So there's some stuff that if I make a lot, then a box lot, then they can have it and I'll get an okay price and stuff that I don't have to ship. Remember in the 70s, they used to take the Coke bottles and the Pepsi bottles, the soda bottles, and they'd stretch them all out so that they'd be like, good 2 feet high? I have one of them. I don't want to ship that. I do not want to have to try to ship that sucker. It's been in the kitchen on the corner and the shelf for years. I don't want to ship that. So I've been looking around the house trying to find odd glass things. I found a couple of blue tinted canning jars. And so I thought, I find some odd little glass bottles and stuff. I'll put them. I might bring them here first if they're really cool looking. But if they don't sell, then I'll just make a box lot of that. And that could be something else. So I did talk to them, and basically they're okay with the idea, but they want to have 10 boxes at a time, no less than 10, to make it worth their while as well as make it worth my while. So that means we got to find, first off, what size boxes are we doing and where are we putting these suckers? So that's on my plate too, because Mike wants a tree. Christmas is coming. Mike wants a tree. I personally want to go buy one that's like this big and go, here's your tree. Mike wants to put up a tree. I think that's too damn ambitious, but we'll see. We'll see. So all that could be for next week for the live chat where we just check in, see how everybody's doing. If anybody needs, just moral support in the chat for what projects you got working on. Remember, we all have that time where the holidays are coming up. Family might or might not be around. If you have stuff that you have wondered if, you got something that was a family piece or whatever, and you wonder if any of your kids want it, holidays are a good time to bring it up and ask. Do not wait. Don't let them fight over it later. Or worse, don't let them think they're going to just dumpster it. Find out what they think. Don't get mad about any of it, but just feel them out and find out. Holidays are a good time to start asking, hey, I have this, and I just wondered. You don't have to give it to them right then and there, because my mother did this, and it was brilliant, and it worked beautifully, because there's 6 of us kids. Well, does anybody want this? So finally, she's got enough that she said, okay, here's the items everybody said they wanted. You pick out 5 things, but they need to be in order 1 through 5 of what's the most important to you that you get. So that way, what's number 1 on somebody's list, but number 4 on somebody else's, it's probably going to number 1. And then she would make the final decision. And some of the stuff she actually gave to them before she passed away, which was helpful for a lot of reasons, because some of it was bigger stuff. But I have to laugh. There was only one person that wanted that massive dining room set, and we all went, thank God, because we didn't have to move it, because my brother Gary wanted it. But seriously, holidays are coming up. Think of that. If you've got a house it's overstuffed as well, start thinking about, I've wondered if they would want X, Y, or Z. Find it. Make sure you have it to show them. Hey, even if it's just sending them pictures through a text, because for some reason around the holidays, some people are more inclined to think about, and be nice about it. and it's a way to say, oh, well, yeah, here. So, hey, Hoover's Corgis. Cool name. I love corgis. They're so cute. So think about that. because everybody talks about spring cleaning, but we all know we do that emergency cleaning in November and in December for the 2 holidays. So think about that going forward. Start thinking of that now, so you're not going crazy later. What do you have to start working on now for the holidays coming up, so that you're not just stuffing it all in a box, writing the date on it, and shoving it in the basement? Trust me, my roommate in college, her mother did that every year at Thanksgiving and at Christmas. Bills, everything that was on the table, just shoved in the box. And one year she screwed up and she packed her checkbook away, and then had to figure, was it in November's box or December's box? And there were like 12 years worth of boxes where she had just stuffed, 2 days before Thanksgiving. So absolutely, yeah. So absolutely start thinking of that now, though. If there's stuff that you don't use, but it's a family piece or just an interesting piece, ask them if they want it. You don't have to give it to them now. Just get a little notebook, start making a list, and then you can decide later, or you can give it to them now if they're around for the holidays, especially if they only visit, because they live far away. So, yeah. How come the lids for Tupperware in my house, the lids disappear, but the Tupperware multiplies? The plastic containers. We've got to do another purge. We have a drawer that growing up, that used to be the bread drawer. But with the leak in the roof, moisture comes down through that wall, so you can't keep the bread in there anymore. So we keep the Tupperware in there. But it seems like now I have more lids than I do Tupperware and plastic containers. So time for a purge. We haven't done a purge in, I think, 3 years. So I'm pretty sure it's time for a purge. So now I do know, though, anytime we've gotten like Chinese food or my brother and I don't feel good and we've gotten egg drop soup, those tall ones are perfect for taking. Anytime there's leftover vegetables, I keep one in the freezer in the kitchen all the time. So anytime there's any little bit of leftover vegetables from dinner, it goes in there. So over the winter, I've got from over the summer, I've got 4 of them filled, and I'm working on number 5 of just odd bits of vegetables, so that in the winter when I make soup, I've already got a nice thing full of vegetables, and so I just need to cook whatever meat is going in the soup and then dump that sucker right on in. You got all the vegetables in there. It just makes it so much faster. So, oh yeah, when the air fryer went kaput and you ran with it. Oh, socks. Mike is on my case because I have an entire laundry basket that's all socks. Yeah, I was going through some of it tonight because I was like, well, wait a minute. So I was just matching stuff up. So, yeah. Because here's the problem for socks with me is that my mom would sometimes socks get separated in the laundry for whatever, somehow they always seem to. But when she would do the laundry, if something was in with her laundry that somehow shouldn't have been or was, but she would just toss it into a bag. And so we're still going through bags. I found laundry a couple months ago. I found a bag of clothes and I'm going, wow, here's a vest I'd been looking for years. It was all beautifully embroidered. Well, I can't fit in it now. And she had it in there. I'm finding clothing of Michael's from when he was probably 10. Got a nice Buzz Lightyear t-shirt. I don't think he wore more than once. So, and I'm finding socks and I'm going, I've been looking for the mate for that. And now here's the mate. What did I do with the first one? And Mike is of the opinion of just throw them all away and start fresh. And I'm go, yeah, that might work with your budget. That no longer works with my budget because my budget is crap. So, so I'm going to make do with what I've got, match it all up, see what I can do. But I do have, like, I have purged a lot of when they get a little hole in them or they get worn. You know what I love? The vest. Oh yeah, the vest is on the list to get sold. I actually listed 2 things of clothing today. I actually found out that I have a mistake in my eBay categories. In my store categories, I don't have clothing. I have to, so they're listed as other. I have to fix that. Yeah, I wear my socks out until they fall apart, but till they get a little hole in them. But what I do after that is I run them through the wash, let them get washed first, but especially like white socks, they're all fuzzy. Hi, Kathy. On the inside. So what I do is I'll take them to the sink and I'll wet them and I'll dampen them and I'll wring them out really good and then put them on my hand, but I put them on inside out so it's all the fuzzy is on the outside. And then I will walk through the whole house, like wherever I can reach, and I just start wiping it off and dusting and going down. We have a wooden banister that, all the years of running your hand down it. So I will rub my hand down that and get any oils from your hands and give it a good rub down and just use it to dust and then just throw it away. So some old socks have a purpose, but that only works when it's, like the white or black, like not gym socks, but everyday typical socks. So you've never tried clothing on eBay? This house is full of clothing, costumes. I just looked at a Dracula cape that's all heavy as can be, too, because it's the old satin, the nice, heavy satin. So I looked at that, and I'm going to show it to Mike, and I think, I don't know. You can, the problem with black is that over time, it starts to fade into a purple. Now, this thing's been in a closet with a door shut for years, so most of it's pretty good, but you're starting to see that natural slight discoloring start, just a hint of it. So, this house has vintage clothing, costumes. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. I know there's 2 men's shirts still in the original box for Christmas that an elderly neighbor had them for her husband, but he died suddenly. She didn't have the heart to throw them away, but they're so old a type of shirt that they're the kind that you would have had the separate collar that you had to hook onto the shirt with the little tab thingies, the little they're like a cuff link, but not. They don't have both sides, but they push through, and you would have had to put the collar on. And they're still in the original box still. They're down at that end. But so yeah, I need to get started with clothing on eBay because I've got some t-shirts that I washed and hung on hangers that are all hanging in the dining room doorway. And some of them are Hard Rock Cafe t-shirts from different places. Some of them are places I don't think are still open anymore. So I have to double check that. So yeah. Oh yeah, Nettie, those shirts are that kind of collar. Think Downton Abbey. 1910s, 1920s, by the 1930s they were fading out. So these shirts are probably 1910s, 1920s. And really nice striped shirts. I hope they're still okay. So Oh, wow. Yeah, and there's the older weights of satin. If you ever find anything that's that fantastic 1930s satin that is there's a like in the movies you saw women in stuff that was satin that hung a certain way and was kind of stiff but just stunning looking, but there's a certain one that was kind of flimsier and it like curved around their bodies a little better, and that is a satin that's made with silk, and they're just gorgeous. Coronation queen dress. I still have my prom gown. That's moonbeam chiffon. And in the 80s, of course, you had those fake ball gown things without the hoop. So very puffy. But I got my use out of it because I wore it on stage for operettas a couple of times, and we actually rented it out twice. So it definitely got my money's worth out of that dress, or mom's money's worth, actually. So but yeah, I thought I've got the stuff right there. There were some Calvin Klein underwear of Michael's. He tried them on, and here he bought the wrong size. He tried one on, didn't like them, so they've never really been used. I made sure they were washed, just in case anyway. So they're listed, and a Greg Norman. Apparently that's some high end guy, makes a lot of stuff for golfing stuff, but it's a pullover, medium size, but it's got the DuPont Country Club logo. So it was an exclusive made only to be sold at the DuPont Country Club down in Delaware. So I've got both of them listed, but I need to get all those t-shirts listed. There's so much listing I've got to get done that I just haven't, because I spend most of my week going, what am I going to do for the next live sale? And then I worry because I've got so much packing to do for you guys, which you've been hearing me talk about for ages. And I'm that far behind. It's still taking me that long. And then I get like, some days I just can't focus. I've had 2 really bad days since you saw me last where I could not focus on diddly squat. I lost, like last week, forget Friday. I lost all last Friday. I couldn't keep my brain focused on anything. Um Sunday of that week was the same way. I had a really hard time keeping any focus whatsoever. And it's just, that's, I mean, when I was a teenager, they always say, "Oh, she just daydreams a lot." No, it was just you just couldn't keep your mind straight. And I'm on sertraline, which is a medication for depression, but it's also supposed to help with that a little bit. But for some reason, those 2 days, I just couldn't. Everything was like, oh, squirrel. I mean, just I would forget what I was doing. Um, I was trying to write a letter to a friend, and I forgot which friend I was writing to. That's how bad it was. I haven't had bad days like that in a long time. Um, yeah, I don't think I've had bad days like that since 2020 when I had COVID. And at least then it was because of COVID. So I had brain fog for a long time with that. Oh, oh, darling, anemia's no fun. Oh, well, thank you, Hoover. Thank you. Yeah, we're part of the poof era. I mean, I was born in 1965, so that's, by most of the things, that's the first year of Gen X. And we were never tested for squat. And I would bet money, and Michael swears that I am definitely ADD. Absolutely. And I'm like, yeah, I was always told I was a dreamer, and but I had a lot of days like that where I couldn't stay focused more as a kid than I do now. But boy, it was so odd to have those where I just couldn't function. I've not had that in a long time. Well, Kathy, honey, I'm sure if they've told you you're anemic, they've talked to you about a plan. And if they didn't, get on their backs about it. Um, oh, yeah. At one point in my life, I would have loved to have. Okay, have you ever seen Good Omens? And the angel has his little bookshop? That's what I wanted to do. I wasn't going to be a teacher. I wanted a little bookshop. So I've been a lover and collector of books for my entire life. I the first time I saw the set they have for him, and it's that bookshop, and I just was like, oh, that's so nice. Yeah, he wanted to make my day, just take me to an old bookshop that had stuff, and yeah. And I used to work summers for a man who actually had a bookshop. He was our dentist, but he had a bookshop that he just did as a hobby and was only open Thursday, Friday, Saturdays. That's the only time he was open, because most of his stuff he did um, through a catalog that he made up and would mail out, because he seriously some old stuff and collectibles. So that's where I learned some of it from. And starting just with me, I was an avid reader, and I read everything in the house, and then they didn't have much here, so I started reading everything at my great aunt's house, and a lot of that was old classics, because I mean Annie Al was born in 1900, so I grew up reading Swiss Family Robinson and a lot of Howard Pyle illustrated books. Um, so I grew up reading old classics. I had my own library card by the time I was 6, and I was reading well above my grade level. They're actually in one of the lives I talk about that, with the argument with the new librarian who took my card away. That did not go well for her. Well, it's more than just iron to make blood if you're anemic, because Gary's anemic, and with him, one problem is one of the medications he's on, because he's got Crohn's disease, and long-term use of one of those medications can make you anemic because it slows down the reproduction of red blood cells. So he's never going to be off that medication. He needs it to live. So he has to, about twice a year, ends up having to get transfusions. So yeah, more tests to come. Yeah. So make sure they they'll do a bunch of tests to try to find out what's triggering it. So make sure you stay well hydrated. The more hydrated you are, the easier it is for them to get the needle in to take blood, because they'll be doing that a lot to you. You'll think you're dating a vampire, because they have to keep testing it and pulling blood work, because they'll start looking at size of the platelets, the amount of the platelets, all kinds of stuff, because I went through all this with Gary. Then they'll look at, if they do the same thing they did to him to try to treat the anemia, they're going to go through your diet, because there are certain foods you can eat which help you create more. They're going to look at iron levels, and then they should be looking at any medication you're on, but then they're going to look at wanting to monitor how long you go after, if they have to give you a transfusion, how long you'll have to go before you need the next one, which will mean that first year, that will mean blood work every month. If they do it like they did for my brother Gary, he had to go through an entire 12-month cycle with blood work every month to track when it gets too low. So he's for the last, this is 2023. So for the last 10 years now, he goes twice a year, and they don't have to do blood work every month. They do it quarterly. So every 3 months, and they do it that way. He gets a run of blood work to check for the anemia, but twice a year he ends up having to get blood transfusions. So, yeah, see, I have that same problem, Nettie. I have really, transfusions are better than taking something that would counteract any medications. That's why he does the transfusion. And he goes in, I've taken him a couple times, but he goes over and they do it, and he's usually home an hour later and goes home, comes home, and he likes to come home and take a nap. And then his color is good. He's got more energy. He just had one 2 weeks ago. So he's been talking my ear off because now he feels better. He's got more energy. His arthritis isn't flaring up as much. So it's you'll feel a real difference if you have to have one. But yeah, that's why there was a medication they could try, but it would counteract the medication he's on for his Crohn's. And so that was a no-go. But I have small veins too, and that's always a problem until I finally had a phlebotomist who said, how much water have you had to drink in the 24 hours before you got to me? And since LabCorp is right down the street, I see her now. I go down there all the time for any test for the doctor. So I've seen her a lot in the last couple of years. And Andrea has told me that the most people are a harder stick, even if they have smaller veins, if they're not well hydrated, because then the veins shrink. So that makes a difference for trying to get blood out of you. I tried to donate blood because our Boy Scouts of America was doing a blood drive. Usually it's a yearly thing. And where we meet was actually the place they were doing it that year. They took 5 different people to try to stick me to get blood. And then they only got half a bag. I got the card. They always give you a card, send you a card back that says a thank you, but it tells you your blood type. They couldn't tell my blood type because they felt they didn't get enough blood to even bother. If it's not a full bag, they don't use it. So they didn't even test it. So I had no idea what blood type I am. So, but they tried so hard to get blood out of me, but I was totally dehydrated, didn't know any better. So, and I was like, after the 5th time, I was crying. I'm like, you are not, we're done. We're not sticking me again. I don't care that you only got half a thing of blood. I don't care. We're not doing this again. So, and then it was years later I found out is the hydration matters. So, all right, my voice is starting to crack. Sure, sign that that's time to go. And it's 2:30. I've even made sure that I did not drink. Usually Gary gets me a mocha mint coffee from Wawa. And it's the only coffee I usually drink, so that I would stay up. But I have a little cup, so I had about a quarter of a cup of coffee, so that I make sure I get off of here and I go to bed, because I know instead of being able to stay up and get stuff done and stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning, I need to get to bed because I can guarantee she's going to be on that phone by 9 in the morning to call me in the morning. Oh, Hoover, I understand that. My grandparents, my mother's parents, had a Lazy Susan in the middle of the kitchen table that had all their drugs on it. Hers were on the top tier, his were on the bottom. When the doctor she had, which was the one I grew up as the family doctor, he went on vacation, and the young guy who covered him was fantastic, and he took her off half the meds because they were counteracting each other and canceling each other out. So he's like, start with this. And then she got upset because she didn't feel right as it was like getting out of her system. She didn't like how it felt. It didn't feel right. Now, Dr. Lipsius was gone for a month on vacation. And so, but as soon as he got back, he put her back on everything. He wasn't paying any attention to if anything counteracted each other. And so she wasn't half high all the time. She didn't feel right. Yeah, because you're not loopy. So yeah, you got to watch that. You have to be your own advocate. Every pill I take, I look up on the internet. Don't use WebMD. If you start looking, you can find the Mayo Clinic, Cedars-Sinai. You can even find stuff through the National Health Service of Great Britain. Look up your own medications, look up those drug interactions, and you've got to be your own advocate for that. Because while the pharmacists try to catch it, they don't always. You've got to learn it yourself. So, well, yeah, I need to find a new doctor because that new primary care we aren't mixing well. So, oh yeah, WebMD. When you look at enough WebMD, you start to notice that almost every single one is following the same format, the same symptoms. They're all real vague. It's a piece of garbage. It's just not at all helpful. So you need to go to where there is more reputable information. The Mayo Clinic has stuff. Cedars-Sinai has stuff online you can find. I had to laugh because I looked something up and it came up with studies from Geisinger Hospital. I don't live anywhere near Geisinger Hospital, but I know about it. Geisinger Hospital is a teaching hospital just outside of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, in the north of the state. My cousin used to work there. My other cousin, her brother, is alive because Geisinger is a teaching hospital, and they are up on all the latest changes to medicine. He had leukemia, and he was always one of these stick-thin people. He was under 100 pounds because the treatment for leukemia and the radiation, he couldn't eat. He was losing too much weight. It was starting to cause heart arrhythmias. So they got him into a testing program with marijuana for cancer treatments. And they were doing it on the leukemia patients. And it was a study where some people got a pill, others got the placebo pill, others got to smoke it, and then others didn't. And he was put in that he had to be the one. They weren't going to take a chance with the pill. They gave him a joint every time he went in. And he had a prescription for it, and it was to see if it helped. And it actually cut the nausea in half. He was able to eat and keep food down. And now you get prescription pills for the not the it's either the CBD. But at the time they didn't really know to separate them. But he was part of that landmark study that found that it has a serious health effect for anybody taking chemo, because it'll cut the nausea in half. it'll make you hungry, so you actually eat and you're able to keep food down, so you're not getting dangerously thin. And then there was another thing, like there's this chalky stuff that you had to drink. And he used to bring in chocolate milkshakes from some ice cream store, like that was up there down the street from the hospital. And so then the nurses all found out that the patients were getting this stuff down easier that they had to drink before the chemo if it was in chocolate milkshakes. So they pitched in their own money and got a little freezer thing and had a blender. They made milkshakes for anybody that had to drink it, and they just made them into chocolate milkshakes. So so yeah, yeah, I've seen some of those that the THC helps with seizures, and the THC there's a lot where it's helping people with oh, the old term is shell shock. I'm drawing a blank on what the new term is for our combat veterans that have I mean in World War One, World War Two, it was called shell shock. There's a different term for it now. And PTSD, thank you. And they're finding amazing results for them with the THC. It also helps. I know that before one of my friend's mother passed away, it's not used here in Pennsylvania, but it is in Colorado, where the CBD helps slow the hardening of the arteries because she was getting dementia. And then the THC helps with the frustration, especially that part where they know something's going wrong with their brain. And they get very angry and very frustrated, and it helps keep things calmer for them. And so that's definitely been a big help for people going into having dementia issues. So, oh, Hoover. Oh, you got a Roddy? Oh, poor baby. So, all right. I hope you guys are all doing well. I don't know what you could do for your poor Roddy to keep them comfortable. I know there have been some things that say CBD for dogs with arthritis can really help them. I've seen those. I don't know of any studies that have done anything about cats, because I'm pretty sure the doctor's got arthritis, but the only way to find out is to get her x-rayed, and that's expensive. Oh, oh, Nettie. Yeah. Those seizures are no fun. Well, Hoover, with the pup, just give him the best life he can have, that you can do for him. And Nettie, yeah, there's a lot of things that say it does well with seizures. So does ghee or ghee. No, it's clarified butter. There have been some things that show that helps. Taking them off all bread, anything with yeast in it, and then like I think the study I saw was a tablespoon of ghee each day or each meal. But yeah, and that seemed to stop. That seemed to help. But I don't know for what the seizure was from, in the thing I saw about that one. So yeah, well, Hoover, yeah, no, you never want to be gloom and doom around your pups, but it kind of like well, I don't know enough about the keto diet. I know the keto diet takes away all the bread, pretty much right to carbs. So I think it was similar, but they found that like the little girl that the family let interview, because it was from, I can't remember if it was BBC or 60 Minutes Australia. 60 Minutes Australia, you can find them on YouTube. They have some fabulous reporting on things. Yeah, I have the nephew that I call my son because I've raised him since he was 2, and then now we have what we jokingly, he started it. He started it. He started referring to the kittens as the kids. So so now he tells them, "Go find mom." And he says, "Well, why don't you want to see your dad?" And I am laughing my head off because I have never been that way with my pets. But he has very much turned them into the kids. So he's dad and I'm apparently mom. I think it's hysterical. And it wasn't me that did it. But these are really the first pets he's had. He's never really, I mean, most of the pets when he was growing up were like grandma's pet, or I had a dog. I had a Pekingese named Fleeta, and then we had the doctor, and so they were like the family pets. But to him, these are just as much his as they are mine, and so so yeah, the kids. I'm not telling him that I let some of the kids out on the roof today. That lower kitchen roof where they can't go anywhere but there, because I was trying to empty out. I wanted to make sure the leak had not gotten to the linen closet in the hallway, but the only way to do that was to empty that closet. Well, I had to do that when he wasn't home because his bedroom's right there, so I could take everything in, sit it on the bed, and then really check the walls for moisture and everything. So, but the kittens were like the kids were driving me nuts because if they weren't attacking the pile of blankets and sheets, they were knocking stuff over, or they were trying to climb up on the shelves in it. So I finally went, I need you idiots out of my way. So I opened up the screen and it's a nice warm day. I let them go out onto the roof. Just that one little area, and it's a pretty much flat roof. So that one little area they can get to. But didn't Aragorn, our boy that has a smooth brain, nothing's staying on that brain. It's all sliding off. Didn't he do like he did before and hop up onto the 3rd floor roof and then cry because I don't know how to get down? Yes, you do. You can jump down. So, yeah, he took a little coaxing, but he jumped down and then he went right back up again. And then tried crying, I don't want to come down. And I said, nope. And I made everybody else come in, and it's starting to get dark. And he's still sitting there and he's looking over at me with my head out the window. I'm like, well, jump. So he finally did, but he just, it's like, how to do this. So, yeah, honestly, that little boy does not have all the brain cells. Oh, my goodness. So. Oh. Oh, he got my attention, absolutely. And I got the neighbor's attention, sticking my head out the window going, get the hell off the roof. And he hollers up and goes, is one of the cats up there? And I'm like, oh yeah, didn't you notice you were being watched the whole time you cooked dinner on the grill? Because I let them come out here just so that I could get something done that they were just being a pest about. I said, because they can't get down, and other than hopping up there, and only 2 of them can hop that. Well, Gimli probably could, but Gimli's gaining weight. He's getting a pot belly on him. So he didn't try. One of them tried to jump up and then dropped, and I think it was Gimli. So he didn't try again to hop up there. So I think he's gotten too heavy. So the only two that can get up there are Aragorn and Frodo. Frodo didn't even try. Aragorn immediately went up there. So yeah, they all have their own personalities, that's for sure. And for the last couple of nights, Mike had to laugh because he told me this morning that he heard me last night because I said, "No, you're not. No, you're not coming up." Oh, what do you think you're doing? Because Gimli just boom, he ran up the steps, and before I could stop him, was in my room as I'm trying to get in the door to my own bedroom because I was not gonna have I only have a twin bed, okay, and it's not big enough. And the night that I was so upset, the first night that Mike and I argued, I had all 5 cats. They didn't sleep in his room at all. They stayed in my room the entire night. I had all 5 cats, 4 of them on the bed with me. That's not comfortable. I was so tired the next day, I took a nap. So they snubbed him and slept in my room. Oh yeah, they all wanted to comfort mom. And, but now it's become a thing, and I've got at least 2 of them that always want to come in, and there's just not room on the bed for this. So, yeah. So last night, Gimli was like, "No, you're out into the hallway," and I shut the door, and then I locked the door because the door doesn't, the latch for the doorknob doesn't actually work. But there's an old, the way there had been an earthquake in this area at one point, just a minor one, but it was enough to like set some doors a little out of whack. So my bedroom door, there's a slot lock. Well, they don't meet up anymore. So I have a really thin paintbrush handle from like, like painting little model figures. And I put that through and push it over because these little farts push on the door. For the first hour I'm in my room, you hear boom, 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 pushing on the door because they're testing it to see if they can open it to get in. And then as soon as they hear me awake in the morning and hear the alarm go off, ding, 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 they're at it again. Yes, I have headbangers. They are something else. So, oh my goodness, I do need to go. You guys are letting me talk and vent, and it's almost 3 a.m. and the voice is feeling rough. I gotta start drinking lemonade when I do this because, oh yeah, dogs will sit outside the door and whine. At least the cats are quieter anyway. So, so you guys have a good week, good weekend, and I will. Well, I'm glad I can make you laugh. Welcome to the Night Owls, Hoover. Welcome to the Night Owls. So, I don't think anybody is on, because I always let you know if anybody's on live still. And the only one, let me hit refresh and make sure. Oh, yep, she's not. Hemlock Lady Mercantile had been on, but she's not still on anymore. So nobody that I know of is live. And if I go to live, just hit live and see, there's all kinds of weird things. Relaxing music for stress. Blade Runner radio. That's ambient music? I don't know. The Kitten Room 10 from Michael Sheldrake. That, I showed that to Michael. It is really, that is an amazing kitten room. So it's it's, I think, a rescue, and I think they're in California, but if you want to see the most amazing kitten room, I'm just going to put amazing kitten room and the link. There you go. They have rescue, so they may have, you know, they may have 8 or 10 kittens at a time, but they've got one incredible setup for these kittens. They have everything they could ever want to sleep on, play on. It is really something. But yeah, they're probably all sleeping now, but they're fun. I just check it out periodically just because I've gotten some good tips from there when I first got the gang of 5. So game. Yeah, there's some gaming channels I watch. Not as this overstuffed house though. I do that on my own. Mark Pelier, I think that's how you say his last name. I always get it backwards. I watch his gaming channel. And Junkyard. Oh, Junkyard Gamer. Junkyard Gamer. He's a smaller channel. He's sometimes in the chat and watches a couple of. I know he watches mine. He watches Flippin' Crazy, and he's got a bunch of gaming videos. And Mike got the newest PS whatever number it is. And he said, well, I don't think this has, he went to a lot of trouble because he said he didn't think when he tried transferring over some of the games, PS5, thank you. He thought he lost my God of War Ragnarok. And I wasn't happy. But then I went, well, if I have to start all over again. So he made sure that he downloaded God of War Ragnarok, Red Dead Redemption 3, Minecraft. Now he's not sure. Now I've played Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption 2. I've played that so many times, and every time I've played it, I've found new stuff. And the only one he's missing is I don't think he was able to get Left 4 Dead, because Left 4 Dead 2. I like those games because Left 4 Dead is a zombie kind of game, but it's an interesting stress relief for the zombie one. But the map thing and all the different stuff you can find that's hiding around, I'm sure I still haven't found. I know I haven't found everything in Red Dead Redemption. I found a lot of the stuff for Arthur, but when you get to that part in the end where you're playing as John, I didn't realize how short that really is and was following the story and never got to check out a lot of the map on his stuff. So I need to play it again to go through all for that. And then Ragnarok, this is the second time I'm playing through Ragnarok, because the first time you're paying attention to the story. The second time, now I'm going hunting for stuff. And you notice different things. And so if he lost it all, then I have to do it all over again. Which is what happened with Red Dead Redemption. I think I've played that game 5 times, but I've only actually finished it twice. No. I've only actually finished it once. Because since it had come out, you know, his game system would fail and you'd lose all the game. You have to start over again. So, yeah. So he went to a lot of trouble to make sure that they were transferred over to the PS5. So, TV series for which game? There's a TV series for Left 4 Dead? You're right, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It is not that easy. Yeah, I'd like to get one game and then I'd like really play it thoroughly like I did with Black Ops when I was hurt and stuck in 6 weeks of bed rest. And Call of Duty Black Ops, he got so mad because he went away to Boy Scout summer camp for a week, and by the time he came back, I had already prestiged, which meant I put in a lot of hours on that game. Oh, I have to find that. I will have to find that. Ah, I see two different things popping up. I'll be looking for that TV series. I haven't seen the TV series for The Last of Us. I had started playing that on was that on the Xbox? And then he sold the Xbox. Um, so I need to see I want to see the Last of Us series because I've watched a lot of that gameplay when he did it. And I haven't played Fortnite or Overwatch, but I've watched him play tons of it. I don't mind watching, like I'll be doing something else, but I like to watch some of the games sometimes because he's much better at some of these than I am. Because if they have too many things to scroll through, they drive me nuts. I wouldn't mind going back and playing Borderlands again. I had a lot of fun with that one because I thought the story was really fun. I want to try to do what's the one with the vault? Something Lost. Oh, now I can't. I'm drawing a blank because one of them was something Las Vegas. Fallout might be Fallout. Because supposedly in Fallout Las Vegas, there's a TARDIS Easter egg sitting on a desk somewhere, and I want to go find it. So, Twisted Metal has a series on Peacock. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, we don't actually have cable either, so I don't. There's a lot of stuff I miss. We've got. I have Amazon Prime, Hulu, Netflix, YouTube. He's got something else. I keep drawing a blank. I'm trying to picture what it comes up on the screen. I'm missing one because there's Hulu. Yeah, he's got Roku. Roku, he just added that. And I know there's another one I'm missing. That's one of the darn. And we are probably getting Disney briefly because they will have the Doctor Who special. But the BBC announced, I saw it this morning. I honestly want to slap somebody at the BBC. For the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who, the BBC is releasing all of the episodes of Doctor Who that they have. All of them. From day one. from the 1960s. Everything they've got, they are going to release on streaming BBC, but only in the UK, because somebody at the BBC is an idiot and still thinks that it's only a thing in England, in Great Britain. Duh. Sorry, Doctor Who is all over the place. So, yeah. So, I was not happy. And then I wondered, my brain went, when you watch some old Rooster Teeth podcasts that I'm like, I started listening from the beginning and I'm working my way up. So I'm listening to some that still have Bernie on them, but they talk about this thing called a VPN, which you can set to a different country and then see what they have on their TV. I need to find out what that is and talk to Mike. Oh, son of mine. Can we get a whatever this thing is so that I can watch Doctor Who? So because he's seen some Tom Baker. Because I had a few on videotape. So he's seen some Tom Baker, but he's really doesn't know any classic Who. He only knows new Who, and which is what he calls it. He wasn't happy with Jodie Whittaker, not for her, but for the crappy writing, because he felt they made the Doctor stupid, which he thought, one, was a disservice to the first female Doctor. So he says every woman that watches this should be ticked off. And two, he felt it was just lazy writing. He was not a fan of Chibnall. So, oh, I can't watch that many years worth of episodes in a week. Maybe if I didn't sleep for 7 days. So yeah, we may have to look into that, because he really would like to see some of the classic, and I don't know who's got it. I was getting some of the discs from Netflix, but Netflix now has discontinued all of their discs. Though I do have one upstairs that's some Patrick Troughton, because they told everybody, if you have discs, don't mail them back. So I have one disc of some Patrick Troughton Doctor Who episodes from Netflix. I'm so sorry to see them end that, because my list for discs was stuff that we just can't find streaming anywhere else. So all right, guys, I have got to go. It is 3 a.m. and I will see you guys next week for a live chat. I was thinking of trying to do a work with me on Sunday, and I realized that I need to pace myself, because the closer we get to the 31st, the more hectic it's going to be with helping her. And then I know I looked at my emails before the live started, and there were 18 Scout related emails. Let's see how many there are now, because my two teenagers, the two 16-year-olds, often email me about midnight. So there's the original 10, 11. Oh, and 12 is from an adult. Why? Are you going to tell me you're going to make me give out awards again? We don't have any awards to give yet. Oh. Apparently I have the Fall Court of Honor draft of the script to read. So yeah, so there's 12 there now, but one of them is an adult. I don't like giving out the merit badge. Well, the boys usually do that, but then the awards are usually done by an adult. And because I'm head of advancement, they usually make me do it. And I don't really like to. So, all right. I definitely have to go. I'm going to just not answer any of those until tomorrow because I need to go get to bed. And I will see you guys next Thursday via live chat. And I'll start inventorying what I have for Christmas stuff and seeing what I've got because I'm gonna have some fun on on my birthday sale. So good night, Nettie. It's been great seeing you. Kathy's still floating around here. There's still 25 watching, so there's quite a few of you hiding out there. I think one or two might have fallen asleep already, as can sometimes happen. So have a good weekend, guys, and hopefully all y'all are where you're going to get good weather. We are again supposed to get rain on a Saturday. Why? The one day I have to get him to cut the grass. So, so good night, everybody, and I will again be working on packing. I said that last week and then did none of it, which reminds me, Kathy, dear, I haven't even weighed it. It's here. Got your name on it. I got that far and then it's just been crazy. So I do want to try to get more of that out, especially as now I can get into the dining room because there's a bunch of stuff in there that never got shipped out because I ended up blocking the doorway between camping equipment coming back from summer camp and then stuff from the clean out. The doorway got blocked and I couldn't get back in there to get it. So now I want to take advantage of that, get all that out of there and get back to where I can have a table and do stuff that needs doing. All right, guys. I mean it this time. Good night. Bye.